Everybody, welcome to session 6, episode 6 of Radiant Shadows. As you can see, unfortunately tonight we are missing one person. Heath is not feeling great today, so he's resting up. However, Grumpfel will still be available for the group. But
much coffee will be had.
And much coffee will be had. So let's.
And I think I can nail the accent. That's actually a terrible version. I'm so sorry, Heath. I'm never doing that again.
That wasn't awful. It wasn't good, but it wasn't.
It wasn't. Look, Cass, did you want to try? No, let's not spiral out of control this early. So I am going to throw it over to Cass if you want to kick us off with the introductions.
Oh wow, I get to go first.
Yeah.
Okay. Hi, I'm Cass. I play Miera, also known as Shadowmere. I play D&D sometimes and answer questions about Sparkletown. And I'm currently still perfecting the cookie recipe, although today I actually took a break and I made some banana bread instead.
Oh, nice.
Yay!
Excellent.
It was
Excellent.
very tasty, but
Awesome.
not sparkly.
That's okay. Not
That's
everything
me.
has to sparkle. Kate.
Hello, I am O'Sullivan Kate. Sorry, I have been frantically making a TikTok because I am rolling dice in a ridiculous way this evening. But I am O'Sullivan Kate on all of the things, including Hive now that we've all decided to go bee instead of go bird. But yes, I'm looking forward to getting back to playing Rowan. I accidentally took a week off, so now I'm back and it's yay. It's good. I missed
Awesome.
it.
Outstanding. Mr. Promethean.
I'm Promethean. There's 0 in it. I play assorted games on the internet and muck around with these folks and others playing some Dungeons and Dragons. My high presence is entirely xenomorphic because bees terrify me.
Wow. Okay. Is there a story behind that or
No.
no? Cool. Awesome. John.
Yes, hi, I'm John the Dragon. I'm the other half for Meeples and Dragons, our online store. We've got English speak me.
Words are hard.
Yeah, words are hard, and it's been a very, very strange week. But just wanted to let everybody know that we do have some Black Friday deals going on the site at the moment. Lots of bundle deals going on. Includes our glasses, our dice bags, source books, even the Kobold Press. We've got some interesting deals going on at the moment, as well as the second wave of the dice advent calendars went live early this week.
Yeah.
Finally, the boxes came out through customs after being held up for so long. So, there's still some left. Grab one. They are tons of fun, and a lot of love goes into the selection of all the dice.
Yeah, man.
But, I also appear in various streaming games with Promethean and Cass, as well as Hamish. And
Yeah, for those of you who maybe didn't get a chance, earlier in the week, we all jumped online with the Promethean's crew and did a little bit of Among Us,
lots of fun.
which was sheer pandemonium and chaos, but in the best possible way.
Mm-hmm.
And last Tuesday, the Kate and the rest of the D and Doctorates crew did a Q&A, which was awesome.
That's it.
That was really cool.
Yeah. The podcast version will be out. The first part of it will be out on Monday. But the whole thing is available on YouTube at the moment. So
Awesome.
Go watch it minus the first 3 minutes where we had some
There's 3
little
quiet minutes.
technical gremlins.
It happens.
It's not a stream or a podcast if something doesn't break.
So frustrating because it was all working.
Yeah. Yep.
Everything broke at the same time.
I forgot to mention, is everyone here now on Hive as well?
Yeah,
So-
I moved across. Yeah.
I have both. I have all the things.
There
Yeah.
are a
No.
lot of tabletop.
I haven't
people on
yet,
there.
but I will because of FOMO.
Join us.
Yeah.
I know.
Be like
As long as I can
us.
give up Twitter because it sucks.
Yeah. No,
It always sucked.
it is Hive is certainly an interesting experience. But it's cool. It's a super I find that it's super positive. It's a nice
Oh.
warm cup of Milo at the end of a long cold day. There you
Stop
go.
by if I do a morning stroll stream tomorrow. We'll have a good chat about how long that lasts on your social
Yeah,
media.
it's
Oh,
not
look,
gonna
absolutely.
last. It's not gonna last long.
Absolutely, it's going to turn into a trash fire
Can we-
eventually. But I mean,
Can we
Yeah,
just
it's
have
the
the nice
honeymoon
little
phase.
happy glow though?
Oh yeah,
Oh,
it's a beautiful, beautiful, almost honey sweet spot that exists in
That's
when
easy,
things
friend.
lift.
yeah.
It's
Yep.
good.
I also want to shout out to Saz, the other half of the Meeples and the Dragons. She is our amazing producer. She now has upgraded her command center. So she's surrounded by a bunch of monitors. There's flashing lights.
It's freaking lasers.
It's pretty awesome. It's pretty
Is that
awesome.
Is that a drone?
I think
My
so.
God.
Yeah.
Fancy.
Yeah.
Alright.
But without Saz, we wouldn't be able to do half of this shit.
No.
And things, even more stuff would break and it would be terrible and horrible. So Saz is awesome.
That's why everything broke on our stream. We didn't have a Saz.
Look, everyone needs a Saz. We just need to clone her.
Thank you for
She even
being
says
a
Saz. Even Saz needs a Saz sometimes.
Awesome. All right. Anything else anyone wants to shout out, promote, anything like that? I think
Kate's Fringe thing.
That's not till January. I will shamelessly promote that later. I'm doing a Fringe show in Perth, but I will shamelessly promote it at the end of the stream when more actual Perth people are online because it's like 5:15 p.m. and everyone's eating dinner. So
yeah, fair
it's
cool.
an end of stream promote. But yes.
Yeah.
Also, like, you know, if people are watching the Victorian election stuff, like, fair, but we're going to be fun. So, you know,
Wait,
you
there's
can
an
still do
election
that.
going on at the moment?
Correct. Yeah.
Look, you
I
can-
voted. I ate my democracy sausage. It was
Yay! Obligatory joke
Democracy
here.
Yep. No, look, I mean, have that running in the background and watch us while we do crazy things. And go and check out TikTok where Kate has put up something around throwing dice everywhere.
Yeah, I'm not rolling dice tonight. I am tossing tiny dice with my little catapult that I just built. Thanks
Excellent.
to
So
people
you're
that I
shooting
will
it
not.
from across the other side of the room, right?
I mean, like, there is definitely hits the wall in order for it to land. So we will see. Hopefully, my neighbors don't get mad at me.
What happens if you need to roll multiple dice?
It's like a machine gun.
Great.
rifle.
It's just like. Are you doubting my ability to randomly
No.
fling shit at the wall? 'Cause,
No. I'm just
wait.
putting it out there. I'm just putting it out there.
the only one I probably can't roll on this is my like one I roll for initiative
Oh.
because it's chonky, but everything
And will
else we can roll
Potentially kill
that way.
someone. Awesome. Okay. Hey, look, let's play some D&D and see what happens. I sat down this afternoon to write a summary from the last session.
Please.
I'm like, wow, what happened? Why can't I remember? I'm like, it's been a month since we actually
Yeah.
played. So
Yeah, I've been in an entire other country.
Yeah, look, I
I
mean-
need some recap action
Yes, please.
immediately.
look, if there's stuff that I've missed or I've omitted, because I also couldn't, unfortunately, we haven't quite got the episode up on YouTube yet, and of course it's vanished from Twitch land, so I couldn't go back and do a quick review. So again, if anything of this is slightly off key or wrong, just go, that's terrible and that's wrong. And
We're just retconning it. It's fine.
awesome, excellent. And you guys won, and you got every single piece of treasure. All right, let's stop faffing about, Hamish. Let's get into it.
Oh, apparently, the YouTube video will be up on Monday.
Awesome. I know Saz has been working hard at trying to get all that stuff sorted with the 1,000 other things that she does.
It's been
Plus
a busy
also-
2 months.
Try and keep John in line, which is a mission in itself. Anyway,
Oh yeah, I'm a really little bastard.
no, I didn't want to say it, but okay. So summary from our last session. With Tolbin's men defeated and Tolbin himself surrendering, our brave group was finally able to recover the lost fireworks. Before heading off, however, the party discovered via the bandit leader that it was Peridin himself who had ordered the fireworks stolen, although his intentions behind this are still unknown. Tolbin was then convinced to sign a confession to these facts, and before long the party had loaded up the wagon and started off back to Greenfield. Alas, the trip back was not uneventful. On the second night, the group were awoken by a scream, and after much debate, moved to discover a small farm being terrorized by a strange, undead-seeming creature. Battle ensued, and our brave adventurers were able to drive off the beast, saving the young farmers from its evil grasp. As they recovered from the battle and searched the inside of the barn from where the foul creature was found, An old, battered book was discovered in a box under some rotting floorboards. Inside was the account of the dealings with a spirit known as Varlaseth, which it would seem terrorized previous owners of the farm. Ensuring the safety of the young couple, the party set out the next day to investigate this strange spirit, its influence on the lands, and what may be lurking near the lightning tree. And that is where we will pick up, with you all heading off towards the open farmland to see what potential impact this spirit was actually having upon the crops themselves, based on what you guys had read in the book. Did everybody get a chance to actually see? I think I sent you, Cass, what was in the book.
Yeah.
After there was one or two slight miscommunications around Delgrim maybe not sharing.
Yeah, he was very cagey about the book.
It was very
Found
cagey.
it was like, eh. Yeah. No, I have read it now.
Lies
I'm
and
aware.
slander.
Accidentally secretive.
Yeah. Bum bum. So it takes you about an hour to get out to where the crops are that you were told about. When you get out there, you can see what appears to be a large field of corn. Nothing sort of unforetold sort of appears before you or seems strange as you sort of have an initial look around. Everything seems to be fairly healthy for this time of year and what one would sort of potentially expect from seeing a field of corn. But I'm not sure if anyone wants to sort of get in there and investigate any further.
Yeah, I'll have a look a bit closer.
Are we near the lightning tree, are we?
No, so you
We
guys had
haven't-
gone out towards the fields first. So I think Rowan, due to some of her experience coming from, a farming community and stuff, had, commented about going out and having a bit of a look.
Yeah, she bald-faced lied to the lovely owners so that they could go down and see the lightning tree, and it was a less weird thing for them to do. But all of the crops apparently are dying, and if we've all read the book now, that would we might have some reason to be concerned.
So Miera, if you're going to go and have a look, let's roll the dice. Our first dice roll of the day. Can you make a nature check for me, please?
Oh, that was a 9 + 1, so 10.
A 10.
Yeah.
Look, you don't have huge amounts of experience when it comes to crops and the like from where you come from, but you have a look. You can see towards the bottom of the corn. It doesn't appear to be maybe quite as healthy as one might expect, but I mean, this is kind of like a bit of a shot in the dark from you. You do notice, however, that the ground is very, very dry and almost cracked as well.
So I guess I'll point that out just to everyone and just say, ground's looking a bit dry, like unusually so. And we have had rain recently, so that seems a bit weird.
Maybe the maybe the soil isn't retaining the water, maybe?
I have no idea about this sort of stuff. I'm not a farmer. Rowan?
Yeah, I mean, Rowan's gonna once you pointed that out, she's probably immediately dropped to have a good look at it, in terms of poking it to see if, like Tiernan says, is the water sitting on it and around it rather than in it, or is it just not there?
Yeah, for sure. Okay, so make a nature check.
Right.
Is this wheat or what's the actual produce of
Corn.
Corn.
That is I did just use the catapult.
Excellent.
Play along. Sorry, nature, you said.
Yep.
15 minus 1. 14.
Look, that's still better. Look, from what you can tell, the ground seems to be just completely devoid of water. It's just bone dry.
I might have a bit of an inspection myself.
Yep. Yep, same thing. Again, make a nature check.
9.
9. Yeah, look, you don't discover anything beyond what the other two have already sort of
Fair enough.
ascertained as well. I mean, the ground looks just very, very unhealthy.
Well, where's this supposed lightning tree from here?
Was it north, or am I misremembering? Feels like a month ago we were told.
A voice from up high goes, "Yes, north is correct."
Not that north, the other north.
Well, not.
I would like to check this tree.
Okay. So with that, you guys turn and head north, following the instructions that you were given to head towards where the lightning tree is, being aware of the fact that it was sort of right out the very back sort of the farm. Who's going to be the person who's following the directions that you were given?
I mean, Rowan's probably taking the lead because she's the one who got the instructions about where stuff was.
Yeah. Okay.
Definitely not
and-
Tiernan. He can get lost in a backyard.
And Delgrim's pretty keen to suss out this tree too.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd like to have a look at the tree.
All right.
So
So
Since it's mentioned in
I
the
assume
book.
Grumpfel's just there.
I'll follow
Become-
whoever's in lead.
sipping some coffee. Yes, I think
Yeah.
it was a great idea. I don't know if that was.
It's better than my attempt.
Okay, so whoever's going to lead the way can make a survival check, but you can do it with advantage because you've got a bunch of people helping out.
Oh, 2 tiny catapult things, I see.
I'll run it. With advantage, Delgrim, the ranger's survival check
Yeah.
is 10.
Wow.
Rowan, the warlock's nature survival check is what? 22?
Oh,
Thank God.
Oh, that's better. Bit better. Were we all rolling survival
We'll become
checks?
children of the corn if you didn't roll that way.
Nuts.
The 19
So-
plus 3. What do you want from me?
so I feel like the Delgrim just probably like heads east or something just about. Before Rowan's kind of like, hold on, we're outside, buddy. You know.
Wrong way. The other
look-
way.
If we were below ground, I could do this with my eyes closed.
Well, you shouldn't be trying to do it with your eyes closed. You need those to tell which way you're going.
I think he's missing his hat.
Look,
True. It's
my
fair.
hat is, how could you not see my hat? What are you talking
There.
about? It's right
There
on my
we
head.
go.
Right.
Okay, now everything feels okay. Now I feel
Everything
like
feels
we're
back to
playing
normal.
properly. Now it's all clicked in. Okay. Hello to Gateway Games. Thanks very much for coming in and sticking your head in and saying hi.
Hello.
So the group heads off under the directions of Rowan. Takes you probably another couple of hours before you finally get to where you were told the lightning tree is. As you sort of approach the rough area, you can hear off in the distance the sound of a small creek, the water bubbling away. And as you come around one of the small hillocks, you can see just off in the distance what appears to be quite a large tree. It looks like it's probably close to about 30 feet high. It's leaning slightly off to one side, and you can see that it's almost been split down the middle, both sides sort of leaning off to each edge. It is completely devoid of any leaves or anything. It's obviously very dead, but there are long branches that are reaching out, almost like arms with long spindly fingers reaching out across the countryside. You can see that most of the terrain around here that you've been walking through has been thick, lush green grass, super healthy. There's an area of maybe about 15 feet around the base of this tree, though, and the base of the tree in itself is probably, you're looking at, it's probably close to 20 feet in diameter, so it's quite a big tree. But around that, there's no grass at all, and the ground is just earth, but the earth looks it's like it's been dug over. It looks very loose.
Okay, that Delgrim is definitely going to want to investigate a little more closely.
Okay.
So the soil around the trees looks loose.
Mm.
Didn't you say that we've had rain recently, Rowan? Or Miera?
Yeah, it rained.
Wasn't it raining last night?
Yeah, I think it was raining last night.
I love that Miera and Rowan just look at each other like, it rained yesterday. Like, that's what the wet stuff falling from the sky was, Tiernan.
Oh, it feels like a lifetime ago.
Oh.
Well, Tiernan's going to find the loose soil a little bit weird. I'd like to look around to see if there's any sort of tracks to suggest if someone else has come around.
Yeah,
to
for
loosen up
sure.
the soil.
For sure. So whilst Tiernan does that, what's the rest of the group wanting to do?
So we're close. We can hear the water running from a creek.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Can Miera just sort of wander off and just see if she can see where the water is, like how close it is?
Yeah, for sure. Whilst you're doing that, what about Rowan and Delgrim?
Delgrim will be looking at first, so sort of before approaching the tree itself, just at the line between where the kind of earth is and where that effect stops, just to see if there's anything obviously causing the difference between the two.
Mhm.
Rowan is staring at the tree, like
Run to intimidate.
I sus. It's a very suspicious. I don't like, because I would imagine it looks quite starkly different to a lot of other trees in the area. So in that sort of like, you don't look right. Why
One of
don't
these
you
things.
look right?
Yeah.
One of these things is not like
the
the others. Yeah.
Okay, so Miera, you don't have to walk very far at all before you can see, just sort of off in the distance, probably like, I don't know, maybe 100 feet away, there's just a very small creek that's just running through the countryside out here. And you can just, it's very easy to hear. Whilst you're doing that, Tiernan and Tiernan and Delgrim, Jesus. You guys go and start having a look around sort of where the edge of the grass stops and the earth, sort of there's that change. It's very apparent. You can see there's probably about sort of 2 to 3 feet where the grass is obviously dying off. And then it gets to this earth. And as you put your foot on the earth, it sinks in just a little bit. The ground's just really soft. It's not mud, but just super, super soft.
Oh, so this loose soil is literally in a radius around the tree.
Yeah,
not just
around the
at
whole base of the tree. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I kept thinking it was like something had been digging there.
Yeah. No. Around that, just the whole base of the tree.
I think Delgrim's going to grab just like a handful of non-dead grass from the one side and just kind of rip it out of the ground. Just going to throw it onto the dead zone and just see if the grass itself is affected.
Yeah, for sure. You toss it onto this earth. And it just lies there. Nothing happens.
Tiernan's probably wants to grab like just a handful and to look at it, inspect it a little bit to see whether or not he can see there's some sort of composition different to the other dirt that's on the other side.
Yeah, okay.
Just trying to work out why the soil is soft than the other.
Okay. All right. Make an investigation check.
Well, one of those nights, everything's under 10.
Ooh.
It's dirt. But one thing you do is you stick your hand in and you pull a handful up. You do notice 2 things. The first is a very large worm that just kind of wiggles out from the earth and across your hand and then just sort of off the side. And as you do that and throw the handful of dirt away, you look down at your hand and it's got little bits of dirt left on it. But it's also quite red.
Red as in irritated?
Red as in like there is some kind of moisture on here which is a red hue.
It's a very specific description.
Oh no, the worm bit me.
Maybe just pour a little bit of water off.
Yep. So you pour a little bit of water off and you
I want to sniff it first. Is there any sort of strong odor to it?
It's got that slightly kind of copperish blood sort of.
It's blood, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah,
Blood.
it's blood, guys. Like,
Yeah. Tiernan's just literally spends the next minute and a half wiping his hands with anything he
Get
can
it
get.
off
A
me!
little bit of water. Delgrim, there's blood in the soil.
Blood.
in the water.
Blood.
This is not a very good soil then. Let us perhaps look at tree. Book mentioned some kind of clay in tree.
Where'd the worm go?
It just fell onto the ground and just started burrowing back into the earth.
This worm will probably go back in ground.
Do you know? Have you seen that sort of worm before, Delgrim?
Has Delgrim seen that particular kind of worm before, do we think?
It looked like just a big, particularly juicy worm.
I've seen bigger.
Okay.
It worm.
We've lost Miera.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
I was waiting. I was just like patiently waiting, watching Cass's face.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
a good time. It's a good
Yeah.
time.
Oh, too good. Sorry.
Well, do you have a shovel?
I
Do you
have
want to
big-
dig in this?
You can dig if you like. Here is, take my war pick. It's not shovel, but it work.
You said something about clay, didn't you?
Yeah, clay mentioned in tree, or seemed to be mentioned as inside tree.
I'm going to peruse that note again.
Clay, some kind of clay urn.
Well, where is that particular one?
There was a mention of strange clay found inside the tree, or there was something inside the strange clay.
An old lightning struck tree down by the creek in the back paddock, and I found a strange clay. There was something inside. It's like ... There was something inside. Could be inside the tree. Opened it, and name Fala Balasif. It offered ... deal for ... I threw
That's
the
right.
back and left the too high.
When I read it, I assume some kind of clay vessel. I extrapolate information.
Couldn't
I
be
think
referring
there
to
was
this.
mention of it being thrown back, so I'd like to check tree and see if there is something in actual tree.
Could the clay be referred to as the red soil? It's in the blood in the soil?
It could. By someone who doesn't really know how dirt works. Dirt with blood in it is not clay. They are two completely different things.
What are the differences?
One is clay, one is dirt with blood in it.
How would I tell the differences?
Clay is like paste. If you're talking raw clay, it's like almost like a paste, a thick paste. This is dirt, soil.
So,
She like scuffs her foot in the ground, just being like, huh, fair enough.
so is this what a curse is? Is this thing like cursed or something? Is this what a curse is? I don't know, I haven't seen a curse before. Is this a curse?
I've never seen a curse before.
It seems quite strange for ground to be bleeding, so it seems very possible it's some kind of curse.
Or was
Are all curses like this, or-
someone killed here recently? We just had that creature attacking people at the farm. I don't know.
Well, my
So-
first instinct is to burn stuff. Is that what we do?
Rowan is gonna stick her hand in her pocket. And the DM knows what's in her pocket, because it's always in her pocket. Gonna squeeze that rock in her pocket. Being like, what do? You don't, you normally give me advice when things are wacky, but like, this is wacky and I don't know what to do. Especially at the mention, I think the hand goes straight into the pocket on the mention of is it a curse?
Yeah. What is in your pocket feels very cold. A lot colder than it usually does. Almost that sort of sense of, slight sense of dread, almost.
Stupid spell list. Stupid warlock. Tiny spell list.
Can't cast everything all the
Very
time.
tiny.
Stupid playing a wizard in another campaign and being like, spells! And now
I
I'm
cast
like,
everything all the time.
Oh, I have nothing.
So,
Let me just
what would
go
you...
through my tome of magic.
Let me just
So-
go through my 5 spells, guys.
Yeah. So what would you guys like to do? You're standing on the edge of this soil looking at this tree.
Yeah, I'm gonna trudge across it to the tree.
Okay. All right. And then what? Like have a look around the tree, or?
Yeah. So investigating the tree. So Delgrim's pretty convinced that whatever it is that's at the bottom of this story in the book, and the evil undeadish creature is focused on this tree. So he's just going to kind of investigate and see if there's, and particularly looking for anything that looks like some kind of clay vessel.
Okay.
That he thinks he's clocked a reference to in that book.
Okay. All right.
Tiernan's a bit aghast that Delgrim's walking on this soil.
Well, you watch as Delgrim takes sort of the first step, and you just watch his boot sort of sink into this earth as he trudges across, and you can see the deep footprints left by him as he walks over towards the tree in this very soft ground.
Do I see any worms pop up?
Yeah, there's probably a couple on each step, to be honest. There seems to be quite a bit of life lurking in this soil. As you get over there, Delgrim, if you just want to do sort of a look, you can make a perception check. If you want to sort of get in there and actually fossick around, you can make an investigation check, up to you in regards to your preference.
Yeah, we'll just do a look around first.
Okay. Yep.
11.
11. Okay, so you do a lap of the tree. You do notice that there's quite a number of thick roots from the tree itself that dig into the ground. A number of dark crevices and corners amongst these roots as well, but you don't notice anything straight away that pops out on your first inspection.
Tiernan is going to pull out his pistol
Mhm.
and hesitantly try to walk across this ground. He's very, very nervous. He's going to try to put his footprints in the same footprints as Delgrim.
Okay.
Try to get across it quickly. He's not really comfortable.
I love the idea of you doing it quickly, given how short his legs are compared to yours.
I'll do one for every 2 steps. But he's going to have his pistol out, firebolt in the ready, so to speak,
Okay.
pointed at the ground. He's very nervous about this.
So you take the first step following where Delgrim's been, and your foot doesn't sink in quite as much, but it's still, you can feel how soft the soil is here. But yeah, you get over to the tree with no issues.
And once over there, I will nervously try to inspect around the tree as well.
Okay, so same thing that I said for Delgrim. So you choice. You can either get in there and actually be moving stuff around and having a proper investigation and do an investigation roll, or you can do a sweep around and just sort of have a perusal and make a perception. Up to you.
Nah, Tiernan isn't comfortable about the first option.
Uh-huh.
You'll have to do the perception then.
Okay.
Can I get Blinky to do it?
If you want to, absolutely.
All right. That's what I've got him there for, because
Yep.
Tiernan can't roll. Oh, no. It's in typical fashion. We are still under 10 rolls. That's 11.
So in theory, both of you could do it and you would have advantage.
Tiernan, help
In
me investigate
theory.
this tree properly. Let me get in here. Here.
What did you roll? What did you roll that second time, John?
Oh, you want me to roll again? Okay.
Yeah.
Where is he? There he is. 15.
15. Okay.
Just got over 10.
Bloody hell. So
Yep, it's one of those nights.
the two of you. So
You need a
Blinky-
catapult.
Yes.
Burn, baby, burn.
Hashtag Team Catapult.
You
So
need
the
a catapult.
the two of you start to do a circle around this tree. You still very carefully following in Delgrim's footsteps, and you get
Keep an eye
about
out for worms.
halfway around, and you can see that Blinky has stopped and has sort of zoomed down close to where there's a large clump of roots. And as you look, you can see that there is a gap there. It's very dark, and it would be easy to lose it just in the shadow of the tree due to where the sun is. But you can actually see, it appears to be like almost like a small tunnel or something down through the roots under the tree. It's not very big. Like, it would take a bit of sort of squeezing for someone to get through, unless they were like, say, a
Juga.
halfling. But it is quite small.
Okay. Rowan's the smaller halfling, right?
Yes.
Rowan,
Yes, she is.
can you come here? We have found a hole. We would like to look inside.
She's gonna like tentatively walk towards you, absolutely being grossed out by the consistency of the
Mhm.
ground.
Mhm.
Less the fact that the stuff coming out of it, more just like that it's squelchy.
And there
kind
would be that very audible squelch with each step.
Blech.
Yeah.
Miera will be squelching behind them as well.
Oh god.
Grumpfel's
And-
just joining in the group. I was like, what?
Yeah, yeah.
How dark is the hole? Is it like you can't actually see?
Well, some of us can see down a decent amount because someone took a sensible invocation. So,
So for
You don't
Tiernan,
necessarily know that.
no.
looking in there, you can't see much beyond sort of where you can tell that there is a gap and that it goes down further, but you can't. It's pitch black. Rowan, when you get over there, you can see that indeed, it probably goes only about 5 or 6 feet, and then drops. There's like a ledge down of which you cannot see past.
If I go down further than you can reach, then that drops away really fast.
Blinky
Has
to go
anyone
with
got
you?
rope?
Are you suggesting that you attach me to the end of the rope and drop me down the hole? She's looking at Miera like, excuse you, excuse you, other halfling. Like,
Clearly,
No.
clearly that make you uncomfortable.
No.
am I being used as a plumb bob? Like, what's?
I think Miera was suggesting to volunteer to go with you.
Rowan, what you can see is that whilst a lot of this very small sort of tunnel is earth, there's a number of roots as well, and they all go down over this edge. There's possibly enough to like for someone to hold on to and climb down.
Sorry, when you said roots, my brain went like method, like paths, not roots like bits of
Yeah.
tree.
Yeah, no,
I
roots.
was like,
tree,
wait, what?
yeah, tree roots.
Tree roots. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Well, if you really want me to go down there, I guess I can. I can.
I'll go with you as well, and I can take some lights so that we can see all the way.
Would Delgrim fit down in here?
Is his size now his only disadvantage?
Yeah. So all of you would fit. So for the four of you who are small, it would be like crawling through a small tunnel. It wouldn't be too difficult at all. Tiernan, however, would be a bit of an uncomfortable squeeze. Probably would be okay, but it not the easiest to climb through.
I will go first, and Delgrim starts clambering down the hole.
I still think the rope is a good idea,
Oh,
just in case the
Rowan
roots
is 100%
break.
Rowan is 100% like taking rope out off her back and tying it to something to prep that, regardless of what Delgrim's doing. It's a no, do it. Oh.
So
Okay.
I'll send some dancing lights down, as well.
Okay, Delgrim, are you being tied, or are you just are you off before they get an opportunity?
Oh, he's off. He's actually quite keen to get underground.
Yeah,
It's
fair
an
enough.
opportunity to get into an underground dark space. Yeah.
Okay,
He's
all right.
straight in.
So as you, Rowan, are pulling off this rope and getting ready, you turn around and you see his boots vanishing between these roots. Miera, you have just enough time to conjure up these dancing lights and sort of send them off down the hole. What's the radius of the light on those dancing lights?
120 feet.
The range, but what radius? How much light do they go off?
Let me see.
I think it's 5 foot radius.
10 foot.
10 foot. Okay, 10 foot radius or 10 foot?
10 foot radius.
Okay, cool. Okay, so it's quite a bit. Okay, it's not too bad.
Tiernan will probably, after seeing Delgrim dive down, he's going to put his hand on Blinky
Mhm.
and say light. Blinky starts to emit 20 feet of bright light.
Yep.
And send him off down after Delgrim. Just protect him.
Okay. So all of you, so I love how Delgrim's just yeah, underground, it's going to be dark, and all of a sudden there's this light show around.
Yeah, I was
him
gonna say, I'm
crawling
like,
through the
what?
hole. Yeah. Delgrim, you get to the edge of where the hole suddenly drops off, and you look down, you can see the bottom. It's probably only about 15 feet down. It's not that far, but it's going to be a bit of an awkward climb. So to climb down there, I will need you to make an athletics check.
Sure thing. All right. Hang on. Cross your fingers. Great. 21.
I was going to say, it's not like you're getting into a boat or anything, so you're fine.
Yeah, it's not like I'm doing anything important.
You as you crawl further into the hole, it's almost like you become more comfortable. That this is your world. This is you've spent years living under the earth. This is a more comfortable sort of area in comparison to the stark brightness of the upper world. You grab onto the roots and very, very quickly climb down, putting your feet into, again, very soft soil at the bottom. You turn around and you can see that there's a small sort of tunnel which goes maybe only about sort of 10-20 feet and opens out into a larger space. The other thing that you notice down here is it's very warm and humid,
So
almost sort of sticky and uncomfortable.
The first thing Delgrim will do is check the soil down here
Mm-hmm.
to see if it's also soiled with blood.
Mm-hmm. So you're just digging your hand into the dirt?
Yeah, he'll just scrape up some dirt. And,
Okay. Roll a d20 for me.
sure. I'll roll El Chonko.
Yep, go El Chonko.
That's a 12.
That's a 12. Cool.
Instant
You-
death. Oh well.
Oh, damn.
And you don't. No, you dig your hand into the earth, and your finger hits something hard, and you pull your hand sort of out again, and yes, your hand's covered in earth, and does appear that there is still this blood that's all through it as well.
So that's not natural, right? That would take a large amount of blood to soak. that much soil. That's weird. Okay, cool. Delgrim will wait for the others to come down and help in whatever way is useful
Okay.
as they come down.
I guess the question is everybody else climbing down?
Yep.
Yeah.
When once Rowan has like secured a rope so that they can get back out, and in my head she's going to do the like bouncing down because she's that small that she's got the space to just rappel down.
Yep. Awesome. Okay, so for each of you,
sailing.
Yeah.
Well, first,
each-
Tiernan is going to triple check the rope that it's,
Okay.
it's tied to, because
Yeah.
he is not comfortable at all with this. And
So-
then,
Yep.
you say
So who's climbing down first?
Tiernan will be last.
Okay.
Okay, Miera, you need to make that athletics check to see how you go with the climb.
I'm gonna end up with rope burn. Well, 14.
14. Yeah, you clamber down with no problems. End up at the bottom, standing beside Delgrim. Rowan,
Yep.
rappelling down.
Yep.
Hey, hup, hey.
Athletics.
Yep.
That is a 4.
Oh, right. Your enthusiasm is maybe slightly just a tad too much.
Yeah.
As you sort of
Just in general.
launch off from sort of the edge, and as you do, just almost the humidity and everything, your hands just slip, and the next thing you know, you're free falling. Miera, you've just sort of stepped away, and the next thing you hear from both Miera and Delgrim.
Ah!
Yep, and there's sort of this thud squelch.
Oh.
Actually, can you, Kate roll a d20 for me? This is to see whether you
fling a d20.
fling it. Can you fling a d20? This is to see how you land.
That is a 3.
3.
That is
okay.
the other dice, and I rolled exactly the same number.
That's
12.
okay. You sort of pinwheel backwards, arms flailing, ass first into this soft earth, and you feel something very sharp poke into your back as you land. Don't take any damage, but there's something under the earth which has poked you very hard.
Instinct is she's gonna reach. Like, does it feel like it's a singular sharp poke, or is it something that feels like it's? Does that make like?
Yeah. So
How
it feels
explain this?
like the first thought that would possibly go through your head would be like a stick or a branch or something.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. In which case, she would reach around to try and like grab what it is and pull it out of the dirt
Yeah.
to see
No,
what it is.
You reach around and you pull it out, and you hear sort of a very low sort of muffled snap as you pull it out from sort of in the earth and hold it up into the light. It looks like a bone of some description.
Yeah, she's gonna do the thing. It's like if you touch a spider, they like chuck it but like chuck it quite forcefully away. It is reasonably plausible that it could hit somebody because she's reacted in that like.
And Delgrim will be heading towards Rowan to
Yep.
help
Okay,
Rowan
look-
up after falling too.
Let's roll a d20 and see, and we'll see what happens here.
Out of curiosity, what kind of yell did Rowan make when she slipped?
That is a natural 20.
So don't as you see Rowan
Is
stand
that
up.
good or
with the stone,
bad?
like you sort of take that step forward, and she flings it straight at your face. I'm not going to do damage because that would just be mean, but it hits you right between the eyes. This very sharp bone. It sort of knocks your head, it's a bit of whiplash back, as then tumbles into this loose earth under your foot.
What is this you throw at my face?
It was in the ground. It's fine. You can come down, Tiernan. It's
Is
fine.
everything alright? I heard a yell.
Fine. All
Well,
fine.
the Grumpfel's got to go first.
True.
Oh, all right, I'll climb down, says Grumpfel. And he will start to shimmy down. Oh, fuck.
Are you about to kill Grumpfel while he's not here?
No,
Remember
he's okay.
that time Hamish killed Heath's
Just
character while he was away?
Heath, if you're watching, I'm really sorry, but no, he's fine. No, Grumpfel manages to make his way down without any issues, leaving just Tiernan at the top.
All right. How small is this hole in relationship to Tiernan? Like, has he got to crawl forward?
You would almost be on your belly having to crawl through this hole.
Oh dear. All right. Now, would Tiernan be smart enough to try to crawl backwards, knowing he's going to fall down? He probably would. He'd probably try to crawl backwards,
Okay.
knowing he has to fall down something or climb down something.
Okay. So the rest of you guys are at the bottom of the hole, looking up, and as you do, you see first Tiernan's feet appear, and then his ass as he proceeds to sort of back his way into the hole, and then attempt to climb down the rope with that athletics check.
Oh, here we go.
You've got this. You're fine. What could possibly go wrong? Natural 1. 3.
I did better than Rowan.
Okay. So
Just out of curiosity, how many of them are underneath the hole looking up?
I don't know how many of you guys are underneath the hole looking up.
Delgrim will have picked up the thing and will be again helping Rowan.
I was like, Rowan would have, as soon as she's like accidentally yeeted something at Delgrim's head, she's headed over there to be like, sorry.
Okay.
I'm standing a little way back, just moving my lights around so I can see things around the room
Okay.
where we are.
So John, roll a d20 for me.
All right. 13.
13. Oh dear. So as you squirm backwards, you sort of you grab the rope and you start making your way down this. It's not a huge drop. But your hands are just slick with all of the digging through this earth. And you slip, and as you tumble backwards, there's this small sort of instinct which goes, I shouldn't land on my back, and you sort of half twist face first into this wet, loose earth, and you just get a mouthful of this very copper tasting, putrid earth that fills the bottom of this hole.
Okay. Well, first off, I'm going to immediately splutter, spit out, and actually start dry retching on the side. Oh, I didn't really come down here to begin with. Oh. Anyone got a cloth?
Everyone roll a constitution check to see if they start chucking up as well.
Yes, some sympathy. Chain reaction. So
I'll try to wash out my mouth with some water from the canteen or something.
For sure. Whilst you're doing that, the rest of you sort of take this opportunity to have a look around where you are.
And Delgrim will be taking a bit of a closer look at this thing that was accidentally turned into a makeshift projectile as well.
Yep. So in front of you is a fairly largish chamber. It's probably 50 or 60 feet across. It's hard to see, even with the dancing lights and blinky. There is something about the light in here. It's almost like this magic is fighting against some other force to illuminate the space. All the lights also just that little bit dimmer. And you can see from around the edges of the wall, they're just full of roots, sort of twined and interweaving themselves, sort of making up parts of this chamber. You can see small plants in certain corners. This whole place is quite weird. In the far side of the room, it's sort of lost in shadow to a certain extent, but as the little floating lights, the dancing lights, sort of make their way across, you can see what looks like urns or something up against the wall. Some of them are tilted over. You can see a couple that are broken. All different sizes and shapes.
Oh, well, Miera's probably going to head towards where she can see some of the urns, and also just sort of talking, I guess, towards Delgrim. I'll say, does this remind you of home? And she's kind of looking around, just like, wow, because it's pretty cool. There's like a whole cave down here.
My home is a little deeper. This is not the kind of tree we would see in Varna Lodge.
As you walk across the room, Miera, as it was up above, your feet sink into the ground, but every sort of second or third step, there is a slight crunch underfoot as you make your way across. Something breaking.
I'll bring lights down and kind of have a look. So I have some of my lights like skirting along the top of the ground so I can see what I'm walking over.
You have a look down and you can see as the light hovers down towards this earth, just poking out in random places where your foot's been, would appear to be shards of bone. At one stage you can see what appears to be possibly the top of a skull, which cracked as your foot stepped on it. This place seems to be littered with bones, just barely under the surface of this earth.
So Delgrim will still be holding the one that was thrown at his face, assuming that's a bone as well, yeah?
Mm-hmm. Yep, I was, yep.
And is it recognizable as a limb from a particular creature, or...
I mean, it's definitely a limb. If you wanted to know what kind of creature, you could make a nature or survival check.
Sure. Do a nature check, just see if I can identify.
Yeah.
Might be 20. Dirty
20. Yeah. Look, you examine this and you can see that from the way it's been broken, it appears it was probably the femur of maybe a human or a human-sized individual.
And what about the bones I'm standing around? Do they all look humanoid as well, or is it like just a mix of all different things, like animals and stuff?
Same thing. Survival or nature check. Or you could even be medicine, to be honest.
I'll help with that to give you advantage on it, because
Yep.
Delgrim will have the same question to see if there's any non-humanoid stuff in there as well.
Yeah.
Did
for
you
sure.
say I could do investigation?
So you can do medicine because you're looking at it from an anatomical point of view.
Yeah.
Actually, nature's probably not the best one, or survival, because of the fact that you're thinking about it from you've got instincts around hunting and all that sort of knowledge. So you could do either one of those.
I'm going to go medicine then, and that would be 17.
17. You have to dig through the earth a little bit to make space to be able to sort of find the bones properly. And as you shuffle the dirt aside and your hand's coming up sticky with blood, you can see now a full arm with a hand on one end. Definitely looks humanoid. There are other bones that you find which are a little bit smaller, which could possibly be, like a smaller race, like halflings, gnomes, dwarfs, or something of that nature. But everything in here seems to be humanoid.
Okay. So, I guess everyone's probably noticed at this point that there's bones everywhere. So Miera's is kind of gonna just kind of freeze and just go, mass graveyard?
Look at the bones!
Something's not right here.
The question is, have all these... Have all of these been here in one hit, and many creatures have been maybe sacrificed to a tree or by tree? Or have they accumulated over a long period of time?
Rowan is going to go and have a look at the pots and jars and see if she can see what's written on them or pictorially on them rather than what's in them.
Okay.
Tiernan would probably come over and join you. He's finally collected himself.
Okay. So you two go and start having a look at all the various jars and urns that are scattered around the very edges of this room.
Look,
Some of them
don't
are
touch.
some of them are barely are jammed in the roots or barely visible. They're half buried under this earth. Spending a couple of minutes having a quick look, there doesn't appear to be writing on any of them. A lot of them just seem to be very, very simple clay style urns. Can I get both of you to please make a either perception or investigation check? Up to you, since you're having a rummage around.
Investigation of 13.
Let's go with what do you say? Investigation. So let's go investigation of 19.
19. Okay, cool. All right. Both of you happen upon this at the same time. You can see that there are a number of roots coming down the wall, burying themselves in the earth. Behind those roots, you find barely visible what appears to be a skeleton that is sitting on the ground upright. There's no head. One of the arms is missing, but you can see what appears to be a very, very old, rusted breastplate. It's not, doesn't look terrible, and Rowan, with your 19, it looks like a lot of it is almost sort of superficial rust. And you can see on the front of it, there appears to be an emblem, and the emblem is of a sort of the silhouette of a stag's head. Underneath that is a forest, and around the stag's head are 5 stars.
I recognize that symbol from anywhere, being relatively local.
Both you and Tiernan can actually make history checks.
Finally.
Natural 20.
Natural 20.
And
Did you get a natural 20 as well, John?
Yep.
Nice.
25.
Nice.
History buffs.
Yeah. History
Grumpfel would
nerds.
probably be keen in the corpse too, right?
Sorry, just for clarity, that is a natural 20 minus 1. Because
Yeah.
so, do with that what you will. But it's a natural 20 minus 1.
So,
All up 25.
Oh,
Bam.
so both of you come at this from very different angles. So, Rowan, you would have heard stories, tales of legend, tales of myth about the kingdom of Durador, which existed over 250 years ago. And is actually, so currently you are all in what is known as the Riven Lands, where there are these 5 duchies. You're currently in Alamar, Kingsvale, Mortsgate, Nessapact, and Redwald. Those all used to be part of a singular kingdom called Durador. Now, with both of those roles, both of you would also be aware of the fact, and again, Tiernan, you probably would have read like history books containing this stuff, where Rowan, yours is probably more like stories that would have been told and the like. The kingdom of Durador actually fell about 250 years ago in what was known as the Sundering Wars. That is what resulted in these 5 duchies all becoming independent. Alamar, the kingdom or the Duchy of Alamar, played a very, very big part in that. They were actually one of the key forces that revolted against the king at the time and brought about the fracturing of these lands. Beside the body, you also see what appears to be the head of a double-bladed axe. What's strange about this axe, though, is that the haft appears to be gone, and one of the roots has actually wound its way through the head of this axe, almost like it's replaced the haft of it. The axe head itself looks to be in surprisingly good condition.
You say this body didn't have a head.
The body had no head, correct.
The axe head wouldn't be positioned in such a way that I don't know. It was responsible for the body losing its head.
The hand. It's almost like it's lying on the ground, like beside the hand. So no, most probably not. No, not from the angle that it's at.
Rowan's gonna look to Tiernan in terms of like, do we touch it? Like, it's that very that like, uh-oh.
The other thing which I neglected to describe because I got distracted by something else is that on the other side of the body, beside it, is a particularly large clay urn. And at that stage, all of you hear a very low, haunting, moaning sound. Miera, you're sort of off towards the back a little bit more while all these other ones are, or everyone else is sort of investigating. You watch as in the middle of the room, the lights dim a little bit, and it's almost like there is a shape in the middle of the room for a minute that starts to grow taller and taller until it's almost up to the roof of this small chamber, which is probably about 8 or 9 feet high. The noise starts to become louder and louder, this keening wail, as you can see this shape takes on a humanoid form. And I would like everybody to please roll for initiative.
Yeah. This shape, does it have the same kind of features as the shape that fled the corpse of the undead creature when we defeated it?
It does look very similar, yes.
Yeah.
All right, just give me just a quick sec. I realized that I had one document that I did not have open. Boo, boo, boo.
Big dice has failed me. I rolled a 2, which means I get 5 for my initiative. So have fun, everybody else. I'm gonna be over here staring at a corpse for a bit.
Okie dokie.
Least
All
6
right. Miera, what did you get?
22.
Holy bajoli.
Yeah, I didn't want it.
Yeah, she's like, no.
Don't want to go first. Oh.
Delgrim,
14.
Tiernan,
13.
13. Grumpfel got a 6.
Yeah, team single digits. Yeah.
The creature. Oh, I need to roll that twice. Hold on.
You need to roll that twice.
I need to
What?
roll that.
That's not words I
Sorry,
like
what?
to hear, DM. Rolling it twice. No.
You believe
God,
I rolled the same number twice, and both of them weren't very good.
Were they as bad as a 2?
They were not far off.
Good.
Okay. Okay, Miera, you're first up. There is this giant black shape, vaguely humanoid, in the middle of the room. If you guys want to go to Albia Radio too, you can. I will chuck some stuff on there to show where this thing is. Boop, 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 boo. Oh, that seems vaguely appropriate.
That's never
Never
sign.
good. No. Ham is saying all the things that are
Death.
like the bad DM things.
Brilliant.
The only one I
Nice
haven't heard
roll.
yet is, are you sure?
Yeah. Do you really do that?
Good.
What you
So
really want to do?
you'll
You have
see
a
at the
backup
top.
character.
I'll drag on the character portraits so you guys can arrange them as you see fit. I'll stick. Which one is Tiernan? Nope, I've got 2 of
How
them.
come there's 2 me's?
Because you're twice as valuable as everybody else. No, I'm not sure.
No, it's because you need two of me to make up the height of the average character.
That's just it. No, apparently I can't find.
Oh, neglected.
Where's the Tiernan one?
I don't know. Dan, where's the Tiernan one?
Yeah, where is Tiernan?
I don't
Okay,
know.
we're going to put Tiernan all the way at the exit right here.
Tiernan's just yeeted himself at the exit away from Rowan. Where?
Look, we're gonna have to improvise with Tiernan. Sorry, John. I don't know why you're not on there. That's weird.
Who is Volcrane when they're at home?
That's Cass's plug monkey.
Ah.
So I'm going to put this little mask to show where the body was
Yeah. The one probably
to give you guys a little bit of relative sort of ideas, and you guys can arrange yourselves around the room as you feel is appropriate. All right. So, Miera, you are first up. What would you like to do?
Okay. I guess that's probably where I was on the map.
Yep, you can put yourself wherever you think is appropriate. I'm not
Okay.
precious about this.
Outside.
Yeah. Bye.
Not on the screen.
Yeah. Go on.
Kind of don't want to be like right at the front. I'm just gonna put myself like about there. I think that'll do.
Yep, that's cool. Okay, so
So, I guess I'm gonna I'm gonna pull my lights in closer and sort of make them kind of encircle whatever this shadow is. And at the same time, I might try to cast Chill Touch.
okay. Is it an attack roll or a saving throw?
It is a. I'm just checking.
Delgrim, you're up next.
Making a ranged spell attack.
Okay,
Against
so make
the
that attack
creature?
roll.
9 to hit.
9. No, so you send the
9.
magic
9.
out towards this creature, and it's almost like the whole shadow just shifts out of the way, almost effortlessly. Wow, words. And the spell does not make contact. Would you like to move at all?
Yes, I am going to take a bit of a step back towards the wall,
Okay.
just to shrink a little bit out of the way.
All right, so just move yourself to where you'd like to go to.
Can I go there?
Yep. Awesome. Okay. Delgrim, you're up.
Heck yeah. So measurements on here are accurate, right?
Correct.
Okay, cool. So Delgrim will move about 20 feet out from the creature.
Okay.
Sure, 15. Why not? That'll do. As a bonus action, we'll cast Hunter's Mark
Ooh, okay.
on the creature. And then we'll fire off a crossbow shot.
Okay, make that attack roll.
18.
18 does hit.
Magic.
And I do need to know the different damage types too, please.
Yeah, okay, so 5 on the crossbow, which is... Where's the crossbow? Piercing, right? Yeah,
Yep.
so 5 for the crossbow for piercing damage, and Hunter's Mark is an extra d6 on. It's the first time I've used Hunter's Mark, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's a D6 of
Force.
force, I think. Shovey.
It's always surprising what is force in 5e.
Yeah, it doesn't tell me in the description. It just says bludgeoning, piercing, or slashing. I assume it would go hand in hand with the weapon being used.
Yeah,
so it's
that's
piercing.
yeah.
So an extra 4 of also
Extra 4.
piercing.
Yep, okay.
Yeah, it's just
Awesome.
extra damage. It's not. specify.
Oh, okay, cool. All right. So the arrow, the bolt from your crossbow, there's the loud twang of the crossbow going off, and you can see the arrow or the quarrel passes through the side of this thing, and you can see it shimmers, and you can see that the quarrel does hit some resistance, but it does also keep going as if it just hasn't maybe done as much damage as you would expect from shooting something with a crossbow. Any movement? Oh, you've already moved. Anything else?
Yeah, he's moved. No, that'll be it.
All right, Tiernan, you're up.
Oh dear. Did you say the axe on the ground was attached to the roots?
Correct. Yeah. There's sort of one long, thick root that's gone through, like exactly where you would actually attach a half to an axe, but it's still connected into the wall itself.
Big old handle-looking root.
Don't like the sound of that. Oh dear. Oh well. Tiernan will step to the side away from the axe and proceed to fire madly into this. What does it look like? Is it just like this?
It's giant, like this 8-foot tall humanoid shadow.
Yeah, okay. Then he'd fire his pistol.
Yep. All right. Make your attack roll.
24.
Yeah, that is definitely a hit. That must have been close to a nat 20.
Yeah, it was 19. Or 4 damage.
4. Okey-dokey.
Or fire damage.
Right, perfect. This thing lets out another keening wail, and you can see it sort of almost feel it shift towards your direction, Tiernan.
Towards me or towards the axe?
Towards you.
Oh, joy.
Anything else? Any bonus actions movement?
Blinky will fire off his little dooboo.
His little dooboo, yep.
What? He's going to fire off his what?
Yeah, I'm slightly...
Sorry.
Little dooboo.
I'm a little
dooboo?
uncomfortable about this right now.
13 to hit.
13. No, unfortunately, his little dooboo shot goes wide.
Dooboo.
It's too small.
Small, yep. Crashes into the wall and just blows this chunk of earth away.
Okay, both Blinky and I are going to move closer to Delgrim.
Okay.
And that's my turn over.
All right. Okay. Is everyone composed? Good.
Nope, but we're going to keep going anyway.
We are.
Keeps composed.
I got to come up with a name for his shot.
Not his little dooboo.
No, not his little dooboo.
Not his little anything. I think
It's done. It's done. Yeah, walk that back. I'm sorry.
Cannon.
I usually say Doobawaka, but
So,
I don't know if that's worse.
I hate you so much. Sorry, chat. I love you, but I hate you.
you're not poo-poo.
You're not pew-pew.
oh my god.
It's his blink ray.
Okay, so terrible. So Grumpfel is going to cast Sacred Flame. Which actually does work.
You sound surprised.
Yeah, well, you know. So you watch as Grumpfel mutters a few words because I can't remember what he says. Today's terrible. It's been a month. Leave me alone. And you watch as this radiant fire erupts around this shape. For a moment, you can see this shape more clearly, and it is definitively humanoid, but it looks like it's almost draped in this giant cape with a large cowl that's pulled right over the head. But that definitely did do a lot of damage because I rolled maximum damage for it. However, it is now its turn.
Really? So it had... Okay. So that was
You
only
rolled
one
a 2.
Yeah, no, but Grumpfel only got a 6. So that's why I was like, really? Because it means that, like,
It
Right.
got a 6 as
6
well.
as well, yeah.
Yeah,
That's like,
yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
I can tell you what it got now because it was like, wait, what?
I'm gonna roll dice because otherwise this is going to be terrible. Okay. This thing starts to shift down towards you, Tiernan. And you blink, and when 1 minute it's sort of 15 feet away, and the next minute it's right on top of you.
Yeah, okay. Tiernan's initial reaction would be, ah!
It is going to beepity boppity boop. It is going to attack you. It reaches out with one long hand. I need multiple dice for this.
Well, that's reassuring.
Roll for boop.
Wow.
Roll for boop.
Roll for boop.
Yeah.
Bippity boppity boop.
Bippity boppity dead. Oops. Okay.
Nice knowing
That's
you.
unfortunate. Does a 19 hit, John?
Level 2, of course it hits.
Well, look. Stranger things have happened. Okay, now I need lots of dice. There we go. Okay.
Look, you were warned multiple times that your character was going to be
Oh,
targeted,
fuck
to
me.
be killed.
Technically, I don't think he wants to kill my character.
Okay, so Tiernan, you take 11 points of necrotic damage. And how many hit points have you got left?
Tell me how much it does.
How many hit points have you got left?
There's a reason for this. You need to answer the question.
6.
6. Your hit point maximum drops by 4.
4. Yeah.
Ooh.
Ouch.
You guys watch as this thing reaches out and places its hand on Tiernan, and again the lights in this room dim. And Tiernan, you just feel your very essence. That's the wrong word because of what we've used that word for before. You feel your very life being just sucked out of you. That is the end of its turn. Rowan, it's your go.
Cool. Seeing that happen, she's just gonna like immediately, not even thinkingly, cast Eldritch Blast at it because no touchy,
No touchy.
no touchy,
No consent. No touchy.
no touchy. So let's just do it that way. Well, that ain't gonna do crap. 14.
Chat's terrible tonight. I also need to think about the way I word things in the monsters I
You
produce.
do.
I do. It's terrible.
As
No,
if you
I'm-
don't already.
Mr. Voodoo.
Dirty boy. Dirty boy.
It's so the Eldritch Blast goes wide again, slamming into one of the walls in this underground chamber, just blowing loose a chunk of roots. Anything else that you're wanting to do?
Yeah, just back up a little bit. She's gonna go like, even if that's like a route that's going out into the space, she's gonna like clamber up to sort of be as, make herself taller, but also like more against the wall.
Okay, awesome, cool.
Ah!
So you clamber up against that, and as you do, you feel one of the roots move behind you. As it's now the room's turn, the root
Suddenly,
Beg your pardon. What?
Left action.
the room.
Yeah.
This root comes sort of you feel the movement and almost instinctively try to duck as the root from the wall swings at you. That's nat 20. So
Shortest
So I
campaign
love
ever.
that my entire response is just going to be to blink at you when you say that because like cool, because warlocks are strong.
if it's any consolation, I just rolled 2 1s. So you take 2 points of bludgeoning damage. It's almost as the thing comes to swing, your pocket gets really heavy, and you almost sort of get pulled to one side, and it just sort of ricochets off the top of your head. Still hurts like buggery, but definitely could have been
rude.
a lot worse. It is now the top of the round.
Top of the round to you.
So Miera, you're up. Delgrim, you're straight after.
Okay. Where was the large clay urn in this room?
Right beside see where the mask is on the map?
Yep.
The body was there and the urn was beside it.
Left or right side of it?
Right side.
Okay. I am going to be making my way while sticking against the wall, but I want to kind of make my way towards the urn.
So you've got moving at 25 feet, so yep. You probably can't get all the way there unless you dash.
Can I get to here?
If you went across the middle of the room, you could get to close enough.
Yeah, I kind of want to not be like in the middle of the room. But
So if you moved, you could get to there.
Okay.
Basically dashing across the center of the room.
Okay, cool. So that's my movement.
So as you sort of dash across, like you feel your feet sinking into the wet floor, and again that crunching under your foot as you feel things snapping and breaking as you race across.
Okay. Can I? Well, I would like to take out my crossbow.
Yeah.
And I'm going to shoot the urn. I'm not going to shoot the thing. I want to see if I could break the urn.
Yeah, absolutely. So make an attack roll.
So it's a natural 20 plus 4, so 24 to hit.
Yeah. That's definitely a hit. So roll for damage.
It's piercing damage. So that was a 4 and an 8 plus 2, so 14.
14. Okay.
Also,
So
no apologies, chat, for what I just said. No apologies at all. No apologies.
So you guys watch as Miera races across the room, pulls out this fairly old-looking crossbow, fires a bolt straight into this urn. The bolt hits it, and the clay erupts. Bits of clay shooting across the room. The shape itself screams, and as it does, Miera, you feel yourself filled with this painful terror. You are going to take
It's been nice playing, guys. Thank you.
9 points of necrotic damage.
Okay.
As this keening wail it cuts through your very soul. But all of you watch as the shape shimmers and shrinks down to about sort of 5 feet tall now. And it's become, the light in the room brightens. This thing has become significantly weaker by this urn being destroyed. That is your movement, that is your action. Do you have any bonus actions, Miera?
I think with my bonus action, I'm just going to try and hide a little bit.
Okay, so unfortunately you can't hide unless you're a rogue.
Okay.
But you can, yeah.
Alright, I think I'll just... I can't move back, can I?
No, you've used all
I'll just stay where I am for now.
Okay, cool. Awesome. Excellent. Delgrim, you're up.
Okay. So, how many of these urns are around?
There are... there's probably at least half a dozen that you can see.
Okay. So, given the reaction to one of the urns being shattered, Delgrim's gonna whip out his light hammer and throw that at the nearest urn.
Yep. Okay. Make an attack roll. Yep. 11. Look, that's enough. It's an urn. Your hammer scuds through the air. How much damage does it do?
Do light hammers, 1d4 plus 2. That's 4.
4. The hammer hits the urn and the urn just disintegrates, but nothing happens this time.
Any significant similarity or differences between that urn and the one that seemed to be useful?
In the heat of the moment, it would be hard to tell without sort of investing a bit of time to check.
Which is fine. So Delgrim will run with his initial assumption then, and with the bone that he still has in his possession, he'll toss that as a bonus action with two-handed fighting at a second urn.
Yeah, cool. I'm down with that. Roll to bone.
Roll to bone. Whoa, 16.
It's a
Now you're
charisma
just-
check, isn't it?
It's like, yeah, that's 100% a charisma check.
How you doing? It's
No, just
And as a high charisma character, rude.
yeah.
No,
Bone.
not fuck. Exactly is the point.
What have I done? What have I done with this room?
To
What have you
quote
done? I can't help you.
NBC, your lexical ambiguity has come back to haunt you. This is your.
Now I don't obviously have anything for damage for bone.
So it would just be 1 plus. It would actually just be 1 point of damage.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. 1 point of damage from bone.
So it ricochets off one of these urns.
Which
yeah.
then conveniently falls and smashes on the ground, right?
It does fall, but because the earth is so soft and sodden with the blood of who knows what, unfortunately not. No.
Okay, brilliant. Yep. In which case, oh god, Delgrim can't just leave Tiernan there to die, but he has no choice. I'm sorry, buddy.
Hydrate,
Wow.
redeem, guys.
Are you really?
I don't think I've got.
Yeah, like a little bit. Actually, no. You know what? Screw it. Delgrim will stay there. No movement. That's
Okay.
done.
All
It's
right.
up to you, mate. If you want to eat.
Thanks, Helen, for the hydrate.
Okay, Tiernan, you're up.
Ooh. Refresh my memory. Spellcasting in combat.
If it's the ranged attack, it's a disadvantage.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
Okay. I did look at the urns previously with Rowan. Would I have been able to discern which
Urn.
one? This urn.
This,
Which
Worst
one?
developed
Can you
encounter
discern?
ever.
Can you discern?
Can you
Maybe.
discern
About to
better
find out.
between that on?
God, this
which one
episode's
that,
just filled with great clips. Sorry, John.
Would I be able to determine which urn type that Miera had taken out?
Make a
Would this be an action?
no, we'll say it's a bonus action because we can. Just make a quick history check. A brain check.
Brain check.
Yeah.
Natural 20. That's
Natural
25.
Hey.
You got that big brain.
Yeah, because of your giant brain. But the only thing that you really stood out was that the urn by the body was possibly slightly larger, and in better condition than most of the others. But apart from that, like they're all sort of different shapes and sizes. There's sort of no uniformity amongst whatever's down here. Some have got lids, some don't.
Do I see a larger urn nearby?
So at this stage, you're now going to be delving into the realms of using an action to have a bit of a look around and everything. So if you want to, more than welcome to have a look.
I'm just gonna shoot. Oh, do I shoot or do I disengage?
Do I stay or do I go?
Well, considering he's not exactly doing the best in terms of mental state at the moment, I'll probably disengage.
Okay.
And then whatever movement I can do, which is 30 feet.
Yep.
Can I actually move here by disengaging, or I can literally move and not actually provoke?
Yeah, you move
action
anywhere you
option?
want to, and it doesn't
Anywhere
get
I
any
want.
actions. Yep.
Even if that is around the mob.
Yeah. Yep.
All right. Well, he's got 30, so 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Hey guys.
All right. So you sort of feint one way and duck the other direction as you race past this shrinking creature out of its range. It's now Grumpfel's turn. Grumpfel will. You've turned up right beside him. And so he will. I feel like that's a Grumpfel kind of thing to do. He's going to cast Cure Wounds on you
Awesome.
because he can see, like you. The rest of you can, like Tiernan is just as pale. His cheeks are drawn. He just looks terrible.
Drooling a little bit.
Drooling. Yeah, but
Miera's
isn't-
also
isn't-
sitting on 5 points as well.
Yikes.
So maximum. So you get 8 plus 5. So you get 13 hit points back, Tiernan.
Nice.
As Grumpfel just sort of lays a reassuring hand on your shoulder, and you just feel the life surge back into you. That is his turn. It is now the creature's turn. It like it just doesn't even register. Like it shows absolutely no interest in Delgrim, and instead just goes straight for Miera. Again, moving at an almost unnatural speed as it lashes out at you, Miera. One long hand. That's a dirty 20 to hit,
Ouch.
which I'm not going to even ask if it hits because I know it does.
Ouch.
So Miera,
Yeah. It's like he doesn't know that we're level 2 characters, and
Yeah.
like anything above like a 10's probably gonna hit. Like,
so
Just
Miera,
toying with this.
you take 11 points of damage, of necrotic damage.
Oh.
What'd that
Uh-oh.
mean?
Uh-oh.
So that's just the type of damage.
Does
Sometimes
that have
people
any bearing
resist-
on me taking my points off?
No,
not unless there's a reason for you
yeah,
for it to.
yeah. So often I'll call out the type because as we go up levels, you might get spells or abilities that help resist certain damage types. It's just good to get into the habit of it.
Especially you and I.
Yeah.
Hmm.
We end up with some weird stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I am.
Why did you survive?
Well, I mean, look, Promethean, you were
I have a backup cat.
you were commenting in one form of social media about not enough PCs getting killed, so I was just paying attention to what you're saying, buddy. So so you guys watch as this thing reaches out and latches its hand on Miera, and you just watch her go pale and then just collapse down onto the earth. Can I do anything else terrible now? No, that's it. Yep, so that's the end of its turn. So now it is Rowan.
Cool. Question.
Yep.
Looking around, can I see any large urns within, let's say, throwing distance?
In throwing distance. You can do, as bonus action, I'll let you make a quick perception check.
Sure. Let's do that. Maths. 15.
15. You cast your eyes around the room quickly. You can't see anything which looks particularly large.
I meant larger than there's because obviously standing next to the big one, there was there's a big one, and there's,
Yeah.
and I'm little, so my
Yeah.
difference in size perception is
There
weird.
is nothing that is bigger than the one that was originally broken by Miera.
Right.
Everything else seems to be sort of smaller.
In which case, she's gonna try and. Is Miera down?
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
She's down to clown.
No, I'm just down on the floor.
Why not? I'm gonna cast Protection from Evil and Good on myself.
Okay. Interesting.
Because it makes me, until the spell ends, which is up to 10 minutes, I am protected against aberrations, celestials, elementals, fae, fiends, and undead. Specifically, the last bit's the bit I care about.
Yeah.
So that protection means that creatures of that type have disadvantage on attack rolls against me. I can't be charmed, frightened, or possessed by them. And if I end up charmed or frightened or possessed for any reason by them, I have advantage on any new saving throw against that effect.
Cool.
But that's
Awesome.
not necessarily helpful right now.
Does that spell manifest in any particular fashion, or?
I mean, part of me feels like it's not coming from me, it's coming from my pocket.
Yep.
And that it's just, you suddenly get this slight, if anyone's seen Tiger's Eye, that gold color, like, aura around Rowan. So I'm going to do that. And then I am going to, which is my action, I'm going to move. Now I need to get back to the thing. How far can I get? Yeah, I'm gonna go. Yeah. Which I know takes me away from the wall of the room, but I don't know if that's gonna have any.
Okay.
Yeah, posture check, by the way, for humans.
I realised I had got my Zoom camera set up when I was slouching, so if I try and do a posture check, I'm like, okay, all right, we're good to go.
Look at that amazing monk shirt that you put
I
on.
know. Gosh, where did I get this from, did you ask? There's like this really awesome, like, dice maker dude in Australia who makes all of these really awesome dice. And it's really awesome and amazing.
Yeah.
You should go and check him out. Aeoncraft.
Oh yeah, I know that guy. That
His
guy's a great
dice
guy.
are awesome, and he makes
I
cool
also know
t-shirts
that guy.
too. Yeah. His dice, however, I'm not responsible for me killing you at the moment, so.
No, that's
Ah,
fair.
liar.
It is the room's turn. Rowan. As you move across the room, around you, through the floor, these skeletal hands just erupt upwards and start clawing at your legs. So I need to make an attack roll.
So they're undead.
They are.
So
So
they have disadvantage on attack rolls.
So I rolled a 1, and then because it was disadvantage, I rolled a 7.
So you rolled a 1.
So I
got supported across the room. That's
both
how that goes.
times. So these they reach up, and like that slight shimmer around you happens again as these skeletal hands sort of try and claw at your legs, as if there's something just fending them off. Sort of kick them away as they submerge back underground again. Miera, I need you to make a death saving throw, please. So roll a d20.
I don't know whether to go digital or real.
So scary. You got this. No, you got this.
13.
13.
Do I
So
plus
that's
anything?
nope. It is a straight roll, but you've just got to get 10 or higher. So that is one success. So on 3 successes, you stabilize. If you roll a natural 20, you go back to 1 hit point. If you roll a natural 1, you fail 2 automatically.
But I can re-roll because I'm a halfling.
I don't think that works with death saving throws.
But it
I don't
says
know.
natural ones.
We'll cross that bridge when we get there.
It doesn't count
It's
for death saving throws, unfortunately. I know,
It
but
might do.
Okay, Delgrim, you're up. Tiernan, you're next on deck.
Excellent. Delgrim's going to rush in. Immediate. Yeah, well, it's not so much Leroy Jenkins. It's I feel bad about hanging out here and just going my little hand crossbow. Yeah, so Delgrim's going to run in and just take a swipe with the war pick.
Yep.
And hope for the best. Oh, that's a 19 to hit.
That is definitely a hit.
3 piercing damage, and with the Hunter's Mark, it's another 4. That's a 7 all up.
Awesome. You bring the pick around and it bites deep into this shadowy form. Like there is a tangible feeling of impact. Whatever it was that happened with that last urn seems to have made this thing more substantial. And unlike the crossbow bolt that sort of went partway through, this seems to have done significantly more damage. The whole shape just sort of lets out again another loud keening wail. The shadow is sort of, it's starting to almost lose its cohesion and starting to break down in front of you. Bonus actions, movement, any other movement?
Not without losing Hunter's Mark. No, that'll be it.
Okay, all right. Tiernan, you're up.
All right. Tiernan's gonna pull out his. He's already gone down, I guess. Line up a shot and use Chromatic Orb.
Ooh, all in. Okay, far away.
Literally.
24.
Yeah, I'm pretty confident that's a hit.
And this is going to be fire damage.
Okay.
Really? I rolled 2 1s and a 7. 9.
9. It's better than a kick in the what's it with pointy heels.
But 2 1s.
I feel like that would have more damage. Ham, I don't know if that's accurate.
Well,
What's it?
with pointy heels. Look, you know.
Pointy heels.
Yeah.
Depends on how hard the kick is.
What this is. So let's not delve into the physics of this one. So
Depends on how
Science.
pointy the heels are.
But science.
But science, I feel.
We love
Science.
As Ellen says, kick it in the root.
Kick it. Yep. Oh, yeah. Nice. Excellent. So.
How many heels? How many subs?
Implies I'm not wearing heels already.
And we need a foot cam.
Tal, if you could confirm, that'd be great.
Sorry. So this orb of fiery energy explodes out from Tiernan's gun and smashes into the shadow. Once again, the form is absolutely breaking down at this point. Small parts of the shadow are sort of breaking off into nothingness. This thing seems to be very, very injured and barely maintaining its cohesion. Tiernan, anything else?
Yeah, I just realized there's no icon for Blinky.
There isn't.
Okay. That'll be important for future.
Well, we'll be able to add that in. That's not a problem.
I'll have Blinky. I'll use my bonus action and have Blinky use his Blink Ray. We'll call it.
Okay.
That's
blink,
better.
Blink ray away.
Blink and
Yeah.
you'll miss it.
You do that, but also stretch. We have a stretch routine.
For an 18.
18. That is also a hit. Roll for damage.
Why did it disappear?
Very
For a-
deceived about where chat's going.
Yeah.
5 damage.
5.
Force damage.
Okay. All right. Again, like it almost blasts a hole through this shadow. This thing is barely maintaining its form at this point in time. It seems, again, as I said before, very, very wounded. And the light, you notice, is the more and more damage it takes, the brighter the lights in here are getting again. Okay, so that was Tiernan. So it is now Grumpfel's turn. Grumpfel is going to run across the room to Miera.
Yeah, has to, right?
crouch down on one knee beside her, and he'll just sort of lay a hand on her, and you see as he closes his eyes and starts to mutter something.
Sorry, she's gone, guys.
Yeah. Sorry. Wow.
Yeah, just roll her into a corner. It's fine.
No!
Bury her in bones and blood dirt.
Start
Yeah.
pushing
Right.
her into the bloody mud.
Cast inflict wounds, and no. So he's going to use his channel divinity. So Miera, you get 10 hit points back.
And you reset all your death saving throws.
You do. So you sort of blink, Miera, as you come back to consciousness, and see Grumpfel's wrinkled face looking down at you, smiling.
What did he say?
And then he pushes you into the ground.
May the earth's embrace clean, you know.
All right, so that's his turn. So now it is the creature. So where is everybody? Everybody's all there.
But I'm a very long way away.
Yeah,
That's the
no,
correct answer.
I think Delgrim, buddy, you were the one who smashed it with the pick. You're right there. It just turns to you and lashes out. That dice needs to burn in hell.
Good.
That would be a natural one.
Brilliant.
That's 2 natural ones. It slips and misses you and accidentally touches Miera, and Miera goes, no, I'm kidding. No, it's almost as the shadowy arm reaches out towards you, like you can see the hand, but it's almost like fingers are breaking off and just sort of dissipating into the air. This thing its form is barely there. And now it is Rowan's turn.
Cool. I would like to Eldritch Blast from the other side of the room, please.
Eldritch Blast!
But I am going to move slightly first because I do want to be as far away as possible. So,
Yep.
Get with myself. Let's go with there. There. Just go in the box. There. Cool. I'm going to Eldritch Blast you, please. Come on, little catapult. Oh, for those who've joined late, I am using a catapult to roll my dice today. That is an 18 plus 5.
Yeah,
So that's a 23.
that is definitively a hit.
Cool. I'm going to let the computer roll my damage. 8 points of whatever the heck Eldritch Blast is.
Force?
Force. Yeah, that's right, because we decided it shoves things. So,
Did
8
you
points of force.
did you add on your warlock ability extra damage?
I'm trying to work that out because I'm trying to work out what how this calculates it. Give me 1 second.
I don't think D&D Beyond will.
Cool. In which case, I add another 3.
I think it's the proficiency bonus.
3. Another 3.
Another 3. So that's what, 11.
Yes.
Okay. How does the Eldritch Blast destroy this thing?
Yes. If possible, like on the way, like the force itself picks up a few bones off the ground, and it's basically just pelted with a bunch of bones from bones and blood dirt.
Absolutely.
As payback for this horrible, horrible place.
Look, it's like 1,000 little bone darts that it picks up through the dirt, and it just peppers this thing. There's a final loud wail as the whole shape just dissipates into the air. And this thing is well and truly deceased.
Are you all right, Miera?
Yeah, I think so.
Also, Rowan is still in high, like, I got hit by the walls mode. Because she got hit by the walls. She doesn't like it very much.
So when this thing dies, you notice that the humidity in here just seems to drop all of a sudden. The whole room just cools down as if something's changed down here. It's hard to tell what, but it suddenly just got a lot cooler and not nearly as humid and horrible.
Tiernan's going to collapse and land on his ass.
With a squelch into the earth. Yep. What's everyone
Miera's
else going to do?
give Grumpfel a hug and say thank you.
Oh, it's all right, dear. I'm just glad you're okay.
I'll be sort of brushing myself off, I guess, and what was that? Was that the thing that was in the journal?
I think this was spirit that fled
I
when
suspect
we
as much.
fought at the bottom. And Delgrim's actually going to go to where it was destroyed and just investigate that kind of area just to get a sense for if there's anything there that will tell him more about what kind of creature it was, if there's anything to learn from anything that might remain.
Yeah, for sure. Just make a quick investigation roll.
15.
15. Yeah, you do a quick sort of look into the area where this thing was before Rowan blew it out of existence. And apart from sort of a scattering of bones that came up when she did her Eldritch Blast, you don't see anything else, like any trace of anything here.
Can I go to where that big urn broke and
Yep.
just kind of, I'm just gonna move some bits around and just see if I can see anything that might have been in the urn when it was broken, or
For sure. So you move, you have a bit of a dig through, and the first piece of the urn that you touch is like icy cold. And as you sort of rummage through the rest of them, all of these pieces of the urn are just exceptionally cold.
Okay.
But you don't find anything amongst the pieces.
do I have like a bag or anything? I'm not sure if I think I've got a backpack or something with me.
Yeah.
Can I just kind of, I just want to collect up the pieces.
Yeah, for sure. Yep.
I'll start
Make a
collecting
note on your
pieces.
character sheet that you've got shattered pieces of
Urn?
urn. Yep. Broken
No.
urn. From turning into
Cursed
Skyrim.
object.
I want to take as much as I
Brilliant.
can because
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can spend a couple of minutes sort of foraging around, and like it was quite a violent explosion. Like when you hit this, like it exploded. In comparison to like when Delgrim threw his hammer at one, like it smashed, like you were just smashed an urn. There was something distinctive about the two different ones when they broke.
A foot versus boom.
I'm gonna go back over to the decapitated skeleton. Did the axe move in all the combat at all?
Not that you saw.
I'll just investigate the skeleton and see what's actually on its possession.
Yeah.
Is it a breastplate or something?
Yeah, so make an investigation check. Investigation.
14.
14. Yeah, you spend a couple of minutes rummaging around on what remains of this body. When you move the only remaining arm, and as you sort of gently lift it to sort of check underneath it slightly, like it just snaps off in your hand. Whoops. The only thing that appears to be left of this is the breastplate that's on it, and the axe, the head of the axe through the roots that are beside it. You can see what looks like to be the remains of like leather, where like a belt and stuff like that would have been. But there's nothing else of any tangible value.
Well, I'll probably try to. I'll take the breastplate, I guess. Stick it in my bag for later. And as for the axe blade, I guess try to cut the root or something that's holding it down or something. Try to retrieve it.
So it's a bit grisly taking this breastplate off. You've sort of got to take the corpse, the bones that are inside out. It
It'll
becomes
take me a little bit of time.
It's like you almost have to like snap the torso off and then sort of shake the bit out from inside.
Tiernan would try to be a little bit more gentle than that.
And Delgrim, knowing how fragile Tiernan is about such things, might come over and help at that point.
And some
Appreciated.
of the buckles
Bless.
are like rusted
Concerned.
solid, so you can't even undo them. So like the only way to get this off is to break the whole thing off.
I thought the rust was surface rust.
On the breastplate itself, but not around the buckles and stuff.
Fair enough.
Now the axe, where are you wanting to sort of try and chop the root? Like you're trying to do it like right up close to the head, further down.
What do you think, Delgrim? Should we cut the root at the top, or just try to retrieve the axe head and just leave the roots? I don't think we should take any of the roots, to be honest.
I am not friendly to these roots. It might take some time to find a new haft. Root seems suspiciously useful as handle if you want to use axe, or if you don't want to carry axe, I am happy to take.
Well, it seems like something that is that something you could use? Because quite honestly, I'm not going to cut anything with my hammer.
I
He
also
literally
not
has
cut.
a hammer on his belt, nothing more.
I also not cut with war picks, so even cutting root is going to be difficult. It's going to take us some time. I have knife, I have pick. We're going to essentially turn this into mulch if we want to keep handle.
Got an idea.
But
Pull out the pistol and fire it at the top of the root.
So when you say at the top, like we're up against where it's at the wall sort of thing.
Yeah.
While they're doing that, can Rowan have just pulled her hand axe out and just be like waving it from the other side of the room? Like she's not going near it, but she's just like, you can borrow this. You can.
Tiernan, make your attack roll.
Well, she's offering it.
If you're not looking, if you're planning to shoot
really
that thing,
shot.
you shoot
Yeah.
the thing.
You
You
shot
shoot
it.
your shot.
All right, okay, I'll shoot my shot.
Okay, shoot your shot.
Oh, famous last words.
Shoot the root.
Yeah. Ricochet hits Miera, she dies. No,
22.
22.
Oh, now I roll high.
Wow.
So you
Wow.
line up your gun, and fire sort of at the root where it's up close. There's probably maybe a foot of root between the head of the axe and where you're sort of shooting at. Sort of as the shot goes off, you hear Rowan kind of going, "Hey!"
Right, okay. Never mind.
Blasts through the root very, very easily. And now you've got sort of this axe head attached to this foot-long piece of root that's sticking out of it.
All yours, Delgrim.
Delgrim will grab the foot long of root and
You don't have to
attach
keep
it.
the root if it works for you.
It's useful for the time being till we can take it into
How stiff is this root? Is it
some
going to
kind
be
of
like?
weaponsmith.
Really? Really, Cass?
It's a valid question. What's going to happen?
It is.
Well, how rigid is it?
Delgrim, are you going to check
Really?
the rigidity of the root?
Yes, Delgrim checks the rigidity of the root.
Okay. All right. So you
How do you do that?
You pick it up, and the root stays fully erect.
Excellent.
Not a good enough reason to use the word erect hand.
No, it's not. But I mean, I'm tired. My brain's starting to give out already.
Hang on, given the area that we're in, is the root engorged with blood at this
No.
time?
No.
I'm out.
Okay.
I'm like,
It's a real valid question.
There is.
I do believe we are around the traditional break time.
We are. So
Yeah.
now, so the root itself is, it's like a solid piece of wood. Like it is, you
That's
could
more of a
probably
stick.
use it. You could probably use it as the haft for a weapon sort of thing. And with that, I think it's time to go to break before this just spirals out of control anymore. I'm going to go and review my life choices.
the chat
Yes.
is not making it better. The chat is making it worse, and I love you all. But my God.
Magic.
So it's like a foot long, right?
Just. If we're going to break, I'm going to go have some dinner, and then I will feel
What are you
less.
having for dinner?
Oh, Jesus, how long is the break going to be?
My dinner's arrived.
Let's.
excellent.
Oh shit! Okay. Look, we're going to have a break.
Speed eating.
We'll break for 10 minutes. Kate can eat. The rest of us can recompose ourselves.
It can eat the rest of us.
Well, we've degenerated into cannibalism awfully early too.
Sure. Yep.
Let's just go to a break, guys.
Yeah, Saz, please save us now. Hey, hi, welcome back. We're all refreshed and hydrated and have consumed food and done all the awesome things that we need to do at the break. Thank you very much for everybody who has hung out with us tonight. Let's just get back into things. So, with the recovery of the axe head still attached to the root and the breastplate from the body and the destruction of the urn, was there anything else that you wanted to do down here in this underground chamber?
No.
Rowan would like to collect a small amount of dirt, specifically blood dirt.
Okay.
More because she wants to have a look at it in daylight.
Yeah.
In a way, like. So she will collect a very small amount of that. And
Yep. Okay.
pocket it.
Oh, yeah, not a problem. You get like a little pouch or something and put a little bit in there. And yep.
Yeah.
Cool. Anything else from anyone?
Delgrim will a bit of a closer look at the axe.
Okay.
As it's handed over.
You check it out and you check the edge on it. It's incredibly sharp. A lot sharper than you would anticipate for an axe that's been down here for probably quite some time. Yeah, and again, like remarkably good condition.
Seem to be very well preserved axe.
Oh,
Tiernan, you sure you don't want?
Hmm?
You sure you don't want to keep hold of this axe you find?
Oh no, it's not my wheelhouse. It's not something I'd use.
I was hoping you'd say that. This helped me kill things better. It'd be good.
But let me have a look at it when we get back out of this sort of gruesome place, and maybe I can see if there's any sort of latent energies or something on it. I'll be investigating the breastplate as well to see if it's worthwhile. Not down here. But I don't know about the rest of you guys, but should we put this place to the torch?
This was very much in line with my thinking, yes.
But if we burn it, is it going to burn the tree and then the crops and then the farm and then the... Like, you can just watch her brain going about all the bad things that could happen based on having worked on a fire. It's like, you don't put fire to just random stuff at random times of the year. There's like times of year for burning and times of year for not burning. And
Isn't the ground awfully wet?
Yeah, there's
not up there, it's not.
Tree.
Yeah, it is.
but not up there, it's not. Like,
It was putting massive depressions into the ground as we walked
Close
along
to
it.
the tree, but
But they're
the rest of the
massive branches.
crops were like cracked and dry.
That's not how flames work. They set off little sparks into the air, and that's how you end up with... It doesn't matter about the individual tree, it matters about... Like, you catch her just sort of getting halfway through a sentence and moving on and moving on and moving on in thought.
I'm just a little bit concerned about leaving this for the next pour or owner or individual stumbling upon it? Like, look at the
Maybe it
note.
could just be filled in. Could we just go and tell people fill the hole in underneath the tree?
Will that be enough?
What if we leave that decision to people who own farm? We suggest to them they burn tree. If they burn tree, they burn tree. If they don't burn tree, this is not our situation.
But no, that sounds good, because then it looks as though we're getting permission to burn it.
Well, they
They
can
will.
burn it themselves, yeah. I have a feeling that the urn was somehow tied to it, so if the urn's not here,
Would you
Maybe-
destroy the rest of them?
yeah, let's smash all the urns in here anyway, just to be safe.
Linky?
So, yeah. I'm gonna smash an urn if there's one close to me.
Yeah,
Delgrim
look,
to start immediately
Yep.
swinging his new axe into urns as
Okay.
well.
yeah, look, it's like one of those rooms that you can hire where you can go in there and just smash everything. You guys go to town on the probably a dozen odd urns that you actually find as you sort of go around the edges of this room. Smashing and destroying them. Some of them are already sort of partially broken anyway. None of them erupt like that one, the first one that Miera hit did. They all just shatter into pieces. And you do make very short work of destroying them all.
Rowan has not participated in the smashing of the things. She's just overholding the rope that she tied up to get them out, and just watching everyone go buck wild.
Grumpfel's over with you. You can see he's a bit nervous about what they're doing as well. And he's like, oh, I'm very keen to just get out of this hole.
Right? But we can't leave them down here, because what if we go out and then the whole thing collapses and they're stuck?
No, we'll wait for them, and I'm sure they'll be done soon enough. And with that, it only takes you guys 5 or so minutes to sort of rummage around and destroy everything that you can find.
And I've got all the pieces from the big urn now in my backpack.
Yep, you've got like a little sack that you put them all into or something like that. Yeah, no, too easy.
Okay, well, I'll head towards the exit. And
Yeah.
Cool. All right.
Ditto.
So all of you head back to the rope and start just climbing your way back up. For the sake of brevity, we'll say you will get up without too many problems. Squirm your way back out through this gap amongst the roots and emerge out into the bright sun of this quite pleasant summer's day.
Directive.
Yeah, Rowan sort of looks at everybody and points in the direction of the farmhouse. Shall we go back and maybe, I don't want to say tell her what happened, but explain why they should burn this down? Or
Yeah,
cut it
seems
down
like
or destroy it?
Sensible idea. They should know. They should know why Barnum was such low cost, and why there was a strange undead creature living in Barn.
I'm just going to use my magical tinkering to inscribe above the hole, "Do not enter,"
Okay.
in bright blue letters.
Cool, excellent. So so you take a short period of time to inscribe that, and the rest of you watch as they just burn their way into the bark of this tree until there is this nice bright sign there now.
You think people will listen to the sign? Because if you put signs that say "don't touch," people have a tendency to. Never mind.
Underneath, "Do not enter," cursed. Better?
Mhm. Alright.
Can't say
Sounds good.
they weren't warned.
as
Okay.
we walk towards the farmhouse, I'm just going to take a glance at the crops that we passed on the way in as
For
well,
sure.
and just see if there's been any change there.
you make your way back towards the farmhouse and you pass through the crops on the way. Again, it's about a 2.5, 3 hour trek back. This is a long way away. You pass the crops, and on sort of inspection, nothing appears to be different. The ground's still dry and cracked. The crops don't look super healthy. Nothing appears to have changed. But with that, you trek across the countryside, and finally you find yourselves back at the inn. And as you approach the house, you can see Perry, who was the young wife. Sort of flings the front door open, obviously been keeping an eye out for you all. And upon seeing you coming, she runs out and says, "Well, how did it all go? How did you find anything out with the crops, or?"
Yes, it seems like, you know, that big tree on the edge of your property, the big, weird, different looking one.
Oh, the one that was struck by the lightning. Yep.
Yeah. It seems like it might not. I don't know if it wasn't lightning or what, but there's certainly some weird magic going on out there that I think is what's affecting the crops. So, and she sort of looks to the others for help to try and explain this, because she kind of can't quite work out.
We recommend you burn that tree to the ground. We would have done it ourselves, but we're a little bit concerned about fire spreading to the crops.
I'm sorry, were you talking about what kind of magic do you mean? Magic under the tree, like with the tree, or
there
curse?
seemed to be some kind of spirit bound into urns underneath the tree. We think this was spirit that came out the barn. It fled back to tree. We follow to tree. We kill spirit.
It's
dead now. Is dead now, but we would highly recommend you burn tree.
Oh my gosh! I please come inside. We need to tell Witham about this as well. This is quick! Come inside! And she gestures you all into the small farmhouse. Getting inside, you can see Witham's still in bed, still sort of recovering from his injuries from the night before. Still looking a little bit pale and shaken. Perry rushes inside, and as you all enter, she says, Witham, these wonderful people, they've gone and they've killed the spirit that was at the house last night. It was something to do with the big tree and something under it, or I don't understand, but it was magic. But I mean, you're saying that it's gone, is that right? We don't have to worry about it anymore?
We think it's gone. We think you should destroy that tree.
To make sure that it doesn't,
to make sure,
come back.
Not because we don't think it's gone, but just to make sure it's gone.
It needs to be safest option.
Okay, yeah, look, I think that sounds, yeah, absolutely. Witham's propped himself right up, and he says, I can't find the words to say thank you for this. This is remarkable. I mean, I'll as soon as I'm feeling well, Perry and I will head out there and try and burn this tree down. But thank you so much. I wish there was something that I could give you, or we could give you to show our appreciation for what you've done. But I mean, unfortunately, we don't really have any money at the moment. We're so reliant on what the crops and everything are going to be like. You just have our heartfelt and eternal gratitude. Thank you so much. Is there anything that we can do for you? We can pack you some, because I mean you're welcome to stay here, but if you're looking at continuing on your journeys, we can always give you some food or something to go on the way.
I have heard very good things about corn, and I have not yet eaten it. I would like to try.
Perry lets out sort of a small giggle, and she's like, what do you mean you haven't tried corn?
He's not from around here.
That was brilliant.
He spends a lot of time underground corn doesn't grow so well without the sun. It's basically bottled sunshine. So
Okay, I hadn't. Look, we can certainly we can cook you some fresh corn, and you can try that. And absolutely, look, let's because it's and she looks sort of out the window. She says, "Look, it's mid afternoon. Would you like to stay here for the night, and we can give you some dinner, and then you can head on your way in the morning? How would that be?"
Sounds
I
good.
think some of us could benefit from a good rest.
Yeah, I'm not feeling too good.
Yeah, you are. I must admit, Tiernan, you are looking quite
Got
pale.
Pale.
juice.
I'm so mad.
Now it's in my head.
No, she's not the version, the
It's got
candy
the
version of the
juice.
corn kid.
No.
Well, hang on. Do I necessarily look paler than I once was?
You would still look very, very drawn.
So I look like a light blue now.
More of a sky blue. So with that, Perry starts sort of rattling around the house and cleaning up plates and pots, and she opens up a small barrel off to one side and starts pulling out some fresh corn and starts cooking that all up for everybody. So again, sort of for brevity's sake, the Rainfalls would spend the afternoon sort of pampering you guys and looking after you and giving you food and all the like. Oh my god, just
Yep. You saw it.
It's part of the song.
no, just.
I can't imagine a more beautiful thing.
I'm assuming that Tiernan has tried corn before.
I don't know. Has Tiernan tried corn before?
I think so, considering they still had trade
Yeah.
open.
Yep. I hate chat. You're all terrible.
No, you don't. You love chat.
I
and
love
that's
chat. The chat is
the problem.
wonderful. Anyway, so you guys spend the rest of the day in the evening being entertained by the Rainfalls. They provide you a lovely dinner of freshly made bread, freshly cooked corn on the cob, which Delgrim would get to experience for the first time.
Would
Harry-
Grumpfel have experienced it before?
Grumpfel would have, yeah. It would be
Is there butter?
I was about to say
included in-
slathered with fresh butter.
Oh my god. Everything changed.
Yeah. And
Saved
like
the cow, didn't we?
Perry would be like watching you intently as you're trying corn for the first time. But yeah.
Could I use some time to try to look over the breastplate and axe?
Mhm.
Maybe try to pull out some old knowledge, whether it be arcana or history on the items, to see if I can recognize or determine their worth.
As long as Delgrim's happy to part with the axe, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And so Tiernan had already clocked the 250-year timeline on the corpse, right?
Mm.
On the breastplate.
Okay, so Tiernan's going to do that. Does anybody else want to do anything in particular over the course of the evening before the next day?
Miera would be pulling out some of the bits of broken urn
Mhm.
and just seeing if they're still cold.
They're not as cold as they were when you were down in the cabin, but they
Yeah,
still are quite chilled. Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to just chuck a piece into the fire.
Yep.
And
Okay.
just see if it burns up. I might just through the course of the evening just chuck all of the pieces of it into the fire.
Yeah, for sure. So you chuck a piece into the fire, and it does what a piece of clay urn would do if it was chucked into the fire, which would eventually be crack and break apart. Yeah. So yeah, it doesn't do anything that is unusual. But yes, you could just systematically go through and chuck
Yeah.
those pieces into the fire.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's what I want to do.
I haven't forgot about the stuff with you, Tiernan. I just was going to work around just
no
to
problem.
see what everyone
No
else is going to do, if anything.
Rowan
I'll
wants
trust
to
you.
investigate the dirt for a similar reason. It's just like, is it still like, has it changed now that it's moved away from where all the bloody dirt was?
Yeah,
Is it
for
still bloody dirt.
Yeah. So you open up the pouch and put your hand in and pull it out, and it's bone dry and crumbly, just like super dry, crumbly earth. Yeah, all of that
She's
blood.
gonna
Yep.
It's going to show that to Grumpfel because that idea of like, we both saw it down there. We both know what it was like. We both fell in it.
Yeah, I mean, he looks at it and goes, "Oh, it's very strange. I wonder why it did that. Maybe killing the spirit had something to do with it." What do you think, Rowan? Do you have any ideas?
I mean, it strikes me as something that's. I wasn't expecting it to be different when we got back, because dirt doesn't usually change. Like, it's the same. Where you get it from, it stays when you move it across the field or whatever, but this stuff is strange.
I've seen some strange things in my time, so I'm not surprised, especially if there was some sort of curse involved with this all.
Sort of nods, accepting it because he is older and more experienced with like dirt than he is.
Roll for dirt.
Roll for dirt.
Awesome. Okay. Delgrim, apart from indulging in all the corny goodness.
That's it. Delgrim's
That's
a
it?
simple creature. It's
Yeah.
corn. They'll hang by to kind of with Tiernan, just waiting to see if Tiernan can add any information about the axe, because he has an appreciation for artistry.
Yeah, for sure. So,
Sorry.
bless you.
Bless you.
Wow.
Oh,
Holy bajoli.
sorry.
No, you're
Just
good.
cursed.
Yeah.
It's cursed.
No, that's it. It's all downhill from here. Okay, so Tiernan, you spend a chunk of the evening examining this axe and the breastplate. The breastplate itself, the leather straps, the buckles have all succumbed to age and are worn or rusted solid. The actual breastplate itself, on closer examination, you can see it is a little bit damaged from rust and age. It doesn't appear to have any sort of enchantment or any of that nature on it. It just seems to be exceptionally high quality.
Can I determine that it's repairable using my skills?
Yeah.
Not here.
Yeah,
Not here, but
absolutely. Like it wouldn't take a lot of effort to basically go through and create like a brand new sort of like breastplate armor. You'd need to replace like arm and leg greaves that come with that sort of stuff, but the other bits and pieces, would be a piece of cake, especially for you with your experience. It would not be difficult at all. The axe, you spend again a decent chunk of time examining that, and with your experience, you can tell straight off the bat that it is of exceptionally fine quality. You're also pretty damn sure that there is some sort of magical enchantment on it.
for good or ill.
You would have to spend more time with it to actually sort of ascertain that.
All right. Well, I will warn Delgrim. I wouldn't recommend using the axe just yet. There seems to be there's a magic essence to it. I can't determine whether or not it is a good enchantment or whether or not it's has retained some of the curse of the place that we've retrieved it from. So perhaps we will spend a little bit more time, or
What is best way to determine nature of this enchantment?
Not too. Do I know?
You make an Arcana check.
12.
Yeah, look, you know that generally speaking, when it comes to enchanted items, there's two key ways to be able to work out what is with them. One is that there are powerful magics in the form of an identify spell, which would enable you to cast, when it's cast, will identify the magical properties of whatever it's cast on. It is also possible to just spend an extended length of time sort of focused and concentrating on an item, and that will also eventually reveal any magical properties that it's got. That's a longer and more involved process, but it essentially works the same as identify.
I could probably do it myself, but it will require a bit of time and a better setup than what we've got here. Possibly back at town. I can get some spare space to tinker and to explore.
So as a side note, because my brain wasn't working, short rest would be sufficient. So if you want to focus on it for a short rest, then that would actually identify the item.
Okay, so I can do that here then.
Yeah, so you could do that like this evening without too many problems.
All right, well, I will do that. But the one other thing I would like to do is a vigorous clean, particularly around the face area.
Yeah, fair call. Yeah, look, they would direct you to, there's a big old sort of wooden bath that they've got set out in the barn, which they use for bathing and stuff like that.
Tiernan disappears for at least an hour doing that.
Yeah, no, not a problem.
Okay, do I identify this thing?
Yes, you do.
I can actually get the identify spell, but I'd have to change my spells at the next level up.
So do you want me to tell you now? Do you want me to send you a message?
Send me a message.
Send you a message? Oh, sneaky.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. So with that, is there anything else anyone wanting to do before the next day?
No.
Nothing.
Okay. I don't have that in the format. That's going to be easy to send to John. That's okay.
That's all right. We can leave it for now.
All right. So you guys all eventually chatted in for the evening, finding a nice place to sleep on the floor, and all curl up for the night. Early hours of the morning, you all get woken up by an ear-piercing shriek. You all sort of jerk awake, and you can see Miera just lying where she was, all curled up in her corner. But she's just screaming. But she doesn't seem to be awake.
Just leave me to it. It's fine.
No.
Put a pillow over my head. That'll keep me quiet.
I was trying to do the thing, it was the thing, I'm like, I don't want to interrupt anybody before I say anything. Rowan would go straight to her without touching her just to try and assess whether she's, I know that she's not, whether she's dreaming, whether she's, hallucinate, trying to work out what's going on, but not necessarily by touching her.
Make a... I'm not sure what kind of check this would be. It could be. I'll let you make a perception or a medicine check because thinking about it. Yeah.
Delgrim's had some pretty bad dreams and will also have rushed to Miera pretty quickly. So,
Okay. So you
Whatever
guys,
kind of assistance can be provided there,
look,
perhaps.
one of you can roll. What was that? 17. Yep. So Delgrim, if you just want to make a roll as well.
It's so close to an 18. It was an 8.
Yeah. 10 off. So close.
I just understand halflings better. That's all it
look,
is.
you just you're totally vibing with her.
That's fair.
It when you get close and examine her, you can see it appears that she's in the middle of some kind of bad dream. But she's stopped screaming now. But you can see she's sort of twitching and moving in quite an unsettling fashion.
Where's the husband?
Both with them and Perry have also like woken up and are sort of staring, quite scared now at what's going on.
Rowan's going to reach out and like sort of in the way that you do to calm someone down if they're like hyperventilating, that sort of hand on shoulder, so that she's not waking up to someone over the top of her.
Yep. So you sort of you gently reach out and touch her, and Miera, you snap awake. The last thing you remember, Miera, is a terrible, terrible nightmare of when that thing touched you. It was almost like it grabbed you and pulled you down into the blood-soaked earth itself, and you can actually remember like the earth like coming up to your neck and then over your mouth, and that feeling of suffocating and just that terrible, terrible sensation before you woke up with Rowan gently shaking you, so you didn't get too startled by it.
Well, I'll sort of sit up and go, it was trying to drown me. I'm like just looking around, like
What was trying to drown you?
Whatever that was at the tree, it grabbed me and it was dragging me down into the earth. I felt like I was drowning.
Rowan's going to go to her pocket and pull out the little wad of dirt that she's got from before.
Yep.
The dirt here is not the dirt there. You're on this dirt. This dirt. Not that dirt. This dirt.
I just hope it's not still there. Like, do we know it's really dead?
What time is this?
It's probably about 2-3 in the morning.
We hope it will be burned. And you don't have to ever go there again. We are your friend. We look after you. You're safe here.
Would you like to be here when they burn it? For closure and so forth?
There might be, just so we know it actually works. I think that would bring me some peace of mind. And I'm just going to Robin, where I think in my memory that thing touched me, and just kind of just be rubbing at it.
You touch there, and for the briefest of moments, it's like your skin feels icy cold, but then you sort of touch it again. It's just like, no, it feels fine. And you're not sure if it's a residual dream or memory or what it is, but you check again. I'm just no, I feel warm like a halfling feels.
Do I feel
And you said
anything
the farmer couple were there, right?
They're just like this. They're sitting up in bed, like with just their eyes wide open, terrified because the last time they was screaming.
So sorry.
Like, oh, it's okay. We're just happy that you're okay. As long as it sounds like we need to burn this tree as fast as we can.
You asked if there was anything you could do.
Yes. Anything. What do you need?
How would you feel about going to a tree and burning now?
I mean, it's dark. I mean, yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
Good idea, Delgrim. Do I still feel anything from the negative health?
No, but your hit points have actually now gone back up to their maximum again.
No time like the present.
So they get out of bed and Perry has to help with them, and they quickly sort of get dressed. And and a matter of mere minutes, they're like, okay, well, we're ready to go. We'll go and grab some torches, and we might need to get an axe because we probably need to cut some of the branches off to do this safely, because we don't want to burn down the whole farm.
Rowan's gonna like pull her hand axe from behind her back. So like,
Oh, that looks really handy, Rowan. That'll be really good to use to cut things with.
And Delgrim will kind of look around and see where Tiernan's put the fancy new axe and bring
Should
that
I
up.
be worried?
No.
Okay.
There is nothing negative or nasty about it.
Rowan has also not broken eye contact with Miera at this point. She's just keeping an eye on her the whole time.
Yep.
She's watching her because she cares more about her than about whatever else is going on.
Yeah. Miera, at this stage, most of the shock and fear would have drained away. There's still that residual sort of, you know how when you wake up from a dream, you're like, if I concentrate, I can remember it.
Yeah.
But you don't want to.
Okay.
So with that,
yeah.
I can supply the fire, so no need for torches unless for lighting.
oh, okay, excellent. So with that, you all get dressed in the early hours of the morning, and it takes you closer to 3.5 hours to get out to the tree, because
It's that far away. Okay.
slower. Yeah. It is quite the hike. So by the time you get out there, it is just after dawn, and it's a nice, clear, beautiful day. And as you approach the tree, its long, spindly branches sort of cast a long shadow out over the grass. But you can already see that the earth around it appears to be a lot more settled. It doesn't have that same sort of churned, moist look that it had last time. And sort of as you take a step onto it, your foot doesn't sink into it. It's a lot more solid. All of whatever it was that inhabited this seems to be gone now.
Well, Perry and what's the
Witham.
Witham. Perry and Witham. What do you need? What needs to be cut before I start lighting this thing up? And Tiernan pulls out his pistol and starts getting ready.
Oh, I mean, we just need to probably.
Delgrim shoulders the axe, ready.
We just need to cut a lot of the longer branches and make sure that we sort of stack them around the base of the tree so that the wood doesn't, so the fire doesn't spread. And they sort of go into a few details about, how to do a controlled burn of this sort of thing so it doesn't spiral out of control. Knowledge of which the DM doesn't have. So use your imagination. But with that, they also brought just a small wood axe with them too. Witham's not capable of doing any of the work himself, but Perry seems to be more than capable of getting in there with an axe. And she actually starts climbing the tree to start hacking down some of the branches.
Rowan's gonna try and people manage at the base so that no one ends up standing underneath a falling branch.
Yeah.
Or because that's about all she can do. She's tiny. She can't really help.
Doing the foreman thing, directing just you, right.
And
Well,
Delgrim will
take one of
pretty
the axes.
apprehensively try and head up the tree.
Yeah.
Tiernan would jump in to try to assist, but probably won't climb a tree.
It would take a few hours easily to hack off the various branches, do it in a fashion that doesn't result in accidents or anything untoward. They sort of set up small separate piles of wood to burn in controlled fashion. By the time you're done, it's probably lunchtime. In which case, you realize that you're all very, very hungry.
Do you happen to have any more corn?
I mean, back at the house, yes, but I mean, we kind of left in a rush and didn't actually really sort of think about the food side of things.
And Rowan, have a look
Yeah.
around and see if she can find anything that would work for snacking purposes, because I can find food and fresh water for myself and up to 5 other people every day, provided the land offers very small game water and so forth.
Look, there's a small stream not far away. Look, you would easily be able to go and forage some berries and
Snacks, friends.
Yep, plenty of snacks to kind of produce for everybody.
Okay.
The
Mira's
moment
just
Tim-
sitting there eating a sparkle cookie.
Yeah.
The
Moment.
moment Tiernan thinks that the preparations are all done, he's just gonna start firing off as many firebolts as he can ring in this thing.
Yeah, look, very, very soon, this tree and all its associated branches are a smouldering wreck. A trail of black smoke, makes its way up into the blue sky. It's almost feels a bit cathartic burning this thing. And you can see at one stage, you look over and you see Perry and with him sort of leaning on Perry, still, uncomfortable from his injuries from the night before, but they've both got big smiles on their faces as they watch this thing burn.
Feel a
And
bit better, Miera?
Grumpfel, could you perhaps speak some kind of blessing over this destruction of this evil place?
Maybe bless the land at least.
I'm sure I can come up with something, you bastards.
Hey, oh look, Grumpfel I'm sure does some excellent words, and we don't necessarily have to hear all of them. If the
No, I
DM
think
doesn't
it
wanna
would be
put-
good for everyone if
If
we
the
did.
DM doesn't want to put words in a player character's
No,
mouth.
I as much as I appreciate what is being endeavored here, I would, yes. Grumpfel goes over to where the burning is, and you can see he bows his head very respectfully. And you can hear him muttering away to himself. And he's holding what appears to be like his holy symbol in his hand. But you can't quite make out the words that he's saying. But when he finishes, he turns around and he says, "I'm confident that all of the evil that is here has been banished for now."
Thank you, my friend.
Oh, it's my pleasure.
Well,
And Delgrim will then turn to Miera and also say, and I hope this helps you sleep better.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm sure it will.
So with that, you guys sort of wait a little bit longer to make sure that, that enough of the burning's gone on, it's not going to spiral out of control. Turn around and make your way back to the farmhouse again. Probably getting there mid-late afternoon at this stage.
how far away are we from the town anyway?
You're about a day away from Greenfield. You weren't very far away at all. So once again, unless there's anything anyone in particular wants to do for the evening, you guys settle in for the night. The Renfalls provide you with more corn to keep Delgrim happy.
One's
and
going to set herself up near Miera just to make sure that
that
she can
night,
wake her if necessary.
as you all go to sleep, at one stage, Rowan, you do wake up, like you feel like Miera accidentally sort of kicks you, and when you look over, you can see that it appears she's having more bad dreams, but they're not. They don't appear to be as bad as the night before. But you sort of see the twitching and the shaking and sort of the associated stuff. But when you try and put that hand on her again like you did last time, she calms very, very quickly and doesn't wake up again. The following morning, you all wake up. Miera, you feel very tired. You feel unsettled. You know that you've had bad dreams again, but you can't recall the details. If you wake up with sort of a chill running through your body to start off with. The Renfalls will make you all little packed lunches for your trip, knowing that it's a day until Greenfall. Lots of corn for Delgrim. A little packet of butter as well, which is the last of the butter that they've got. So like, yeah, this is, and for the rest of you, it's a little loaf of bread and some honey and some nuts and associated bits and pieces like that. And with that, you guys pack up, get back onto your cart. Unless there's anything else that you're wanting to do, make your way towards Greenfield. Okay. So the day passes uneventfully. It's it's a very pleasant trip. There's only a few clouds in the sky. It's nice and warm, but that's counterbalanced by a very cool breeze. And it's late afternoon, early evening, where you crest over the rise, and down below you can see the tiny little village of Greenfield. Yes, Miera, young halfling up the front.
Sorry to interrupt. Did we go back and get the cart with the fireworks?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I just wanted to make sure we didn't leave the fireworks.
No, that's
behind.
okay. I'm not that much of a malicious. I'm sorry, but you didn't say you picked them up, so screw you. No, fuck that.
Be restolen.
Yeah. So you guys roll into Greenfield sort of early evening. What are you guys wanting to? Where are you wanting to go to from here?
Who are we supposed to deliver the fireworks to?
Always.
Was it Wex is the one that everyone respects? Is it?
I think it would be a good idea to find Wex. We should tell Wex about the situation with Peridin and determine what the best approach is to deal with it.
Yeah, agreed.
Wex the only one to talk to?
There was Wex and Priscilla, who were the two priests, but Wex seems to be like the de facto leader, I guess.
Or was that Priscilla? I can't remember.
Priscilla was another one of the priests or priestess. She was working with Wex.
I think it would be sensible to speak with Wex.
Or both of them.
Peridin is officially the leader of this community, but Wex has respect of the people.
Just because you're a leader doesn't make you respected. We should talk to the one who's respected and listened to.
Oh, I don't mean Peridin. I mean Priscilla.
I said this.
I think she was kind of like Wex's helper.
Ah, okay, my bad.
Should we go to the temple where
Definitely.
Wex? Yeah. Let's go.
Okay, so you guys take the little cart back to the outskirts of the town, which is where the small temple to Lapanzi is. You pull up outside and climb down off, and you can see that even at this time of night, the front door to the small temple is currently open.
Oh, I'm gonna.
Delgrim head straight in.
Okay.
I'll stay with the wagon, guys. I'm all good.
I say Rowan's gonna make sure that the horse and stuff are sorted.
Yep. Okay. So Grumpfel will go inside with you guys as well. So the three of you head inside while Tiernan stays with the wagon, and Rowan just sort of gets the horse and everything sorted. Inside, it is that you've been here before. It's that very simple kind of very basic chapel. Number of pews leading up to sort of a small area where there's a little lectern for sort of services and the like. And you can see off to one side. Currently, there's a number of candles situated through with candle holders and a candelabra, sort of a candelabra thing hanging from the ceiling, which is illuminating this place tonight. And you can see up the front, Priscilla appears to be going through and sort of tending to a small basin which appears to be filled with some sort of water or something like that. She sees you guys come in. She goes, "Oh, hello. It's a little late in the evening for visitors, but did you find them? Did you?
We did. We found them.
Oh my God, you found them!" She comes like racing, like leaps off the little stage, and races like right up to you, almost sort of like vibrating with excitement. She's like, "Oh my God! So where were they? What happened? Who had them? Where did you have to? Were they? Oh my God! I want to know everything." I don't even drink.
There is much to tell, but it is very important that we speak with Wax.
Oh, all right. I'll just go get him. And she turns around and like sprints back up, jumps back up onto the stage and goes through a little side door. And you can hear sort of excited. A few moments later, the door opens again, and Priscilla comes shooting out like a bullet, followed by the elderly Wex, who sees you all standing up there. Has Rowan come inside at the stage, or is she just lurking outside? Yep, cool.
You're up near the cart with me.
Yep, no, that's cool.
Party.
Yep.
Just keep an eye on passerby.
Yeah. Ambush. No.
Keeping an eye out for the jerk bag.
Oh, hang on.
Which jerk bag? There's been a couple of them.
Both of them.
Who had the
All of them.
confession letter?
I think Grumpfel did.
I think Grumpfel did.
Yeah, I
No,
think
if I had it, I would have given it to Grumpfel before he went inside.
Yeah.
So we can make a decision that Grumpfel was the one who has it.
Yeah, that's cool.
Groovy.
So Wex makes his way down using his using the long staff to help him walk. And he says, "Oh, it's good to see you again, friends. Young Priscilla here seems to say that you've recovered the fireworks."
We did.
This is
They're
true.
outside.
Oh, this is excellent news. Look, maybe we should bring them inside. We probably shouldn't just leave them lying around on the street. Was there a story to be told here? I'm very interested to know what actually happened with them.
Maybe we send Priscilla to tell others to bring firework inside.
And she's gone.
And Delgrim is vibing Priscilla's whole thing because he's still very excited about the fireworks also. But this takes precedence, and so just kind of looking Wax dead in the eye. We have recovered firework, but we have also uncovered some very disturbing truth. It was Peridon who arranged for theft of firework.
Peridon?
We do not know why. We got up with Tolban. We have confession from Tolban with detail of Peridon asking Tolban and his mercenary friends to steal firework.
Oh,
This is sensitive matter, and we thought we should discuss with you about best approach.
Are you sure that this Tolban fellow can be trusted with what he's said?
It was tell us truth or die. I'm fairly sure what he tell us is truth.
This is very disturbing. I mean, Peridon has always been a spoilt brat to some extent, but I mean, this is a whole new level. I don't even understand why he would do something like this. It seems stupid even for him. At this stage, Priscilla would have appeared outside, and would have almost disregarded the two of you, Rowan and Tiernan, and would have clambered up the side of the wagon, and we'll be looking at the crate, and then we'll kind of look over at you guys and go, "Oh my god, you got the fireworks! This is so cool!" We're talking about serious stuff inside, so you should probably come inside, and we can do the fireworks thingy later. But come on, let's go. She bolts over the side and doesn't even wait. She's back through the door.
Are we supposed to carry them in?
Rowan is going to look at Tiernan and go, "Well, we can't leave them out here.
Mm-mm.
We can't really take them in there. So I don't intend on going anywhere."
Well, how about we...
But-
Because we're probably out front of the temple, how about we... Is there a behind the temple that we can direct the wagon behind?
So as you say that, Priscilla appears at the door and she goes, "Look, you probably can't leave them here because that wouldn't be sensible. So I'll stay here and look after them, and you guys go inside because I think that's the sensible thing to do. They'll be fine here. Nothing terrible is going to happen, but I'll keep an eye on them. If anything strange happens, I'll scream or something. It'll be fine. It'll be fine."
When the DM just really wants you to do something.
I don't know, she seems suspicious.
Yeah, I'm like, to me, like, this seems sus. Why
Double,
do you want
double
Insight
to
check.
Double
Insight check,
cross.
yes.
Yeah, look, if you want an insight check,
Like,
Priscilla,
kinda.
yeah,
Like,
go for it.
kinda.
Go for it. Wow, have I created just the right level of mistrust in everyone?
It's like, oh
what are your
my
intentions
God.
with that
John!
What was
You
that?
have your eyes closed.
I not a natural
Oh
one, though.
no.
No, not natural one.
You'll never believe this.
What did you, natural 20?
Nope, I got it. So, what am I rolling? Am I rolling inside?
Yeah.
I got a 2+1 instead of a 2-1, so I got a 3.
So you're all
Was
the
that
same.
catapulted?
That's catapulted. I got a 3.
Oh
I got
god.
total of
You
3.
know, Rowan, she seems really trustworthy. We should just believe her.
I'm just
Buy
gonna say
fireworks.
just gonna pet the horse and just sort of say to the horse, if she just kick her if she acts weird. Not that I expect the horse to have any understanding or response.
The horse goes, okay. Oh, shit. Hold on. Double cross.
No.
It's the horse all the time.
Then again, the first person I was nice to turned out to be the bad guy. So Rowan clearly has a good judge of character.
So Priscilla just pops back up onto the wagon and just sort of perches herself up on the driver's seat.
I look Priscilla dead in the eye and say, "Do not open them."
Oh, Tiernan, why don't we leave Blinky here?
Okay.
What's Blinky?
Blinky pops, basically activates and
And-
pops off my shoulder.
And
Blinky.
Rowan's gonna boop Blinky as Blinky wakes up because
Like you like Priscilla's eyes are like these two giant saucers as she looks at Blinky and she's just like,
Blinky
yeah,
like
fine.
looks at her and goes flutter flutter with the eyes, and
And she like sort of blinks back and reaches out. Can I touch him?
Yeah.
She's like, she's like, oh my god, this is so cool. You guys better go inside. Well, me and Blinky will hang out and be best friends forever.
Blinky,
Like you
keep an eye on the card. If anything happens, just come in and get me.
Yep. A Blinky
Can I
just
jump off.
no, cool.
Rowan like just slightly wanders away with the like, I want him to be friends with Blinky. She gets to be friends with Blinky. I want to be friends with
I think you're already friends with Blinky, aren't you?
I booped Blinky once. So I like it's very clear that she
There's
wants
been
to.
many nights past. I'm
This is
quite
true.
certain you would have tried.
There's been much
Oh yeah.
much nighttime duping.
Much booping.
Did you just say the phrase, Ham? Much nighttime booping with the chat how it has been this evening?
Yeah, I
Really, Hamish?
might not have thought that one
Really?
through, much like many things I've said this evening. You guys head inside, and you
Blinky
and
is
you
many
find,
things, but a sex aid he is not.
and you find
Thanks for clearing that up.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it.
yeah.
I love that Saz is turned away from the camera right now, so we cannot see her reaction to that.
Yeah. There's so many things I want to say, but I shouldn't because it's going to make things worse. So you guys get inside.
It's for Radiant Shadows After Dark. That's
There it is.
That's what only phase is
Only
for.
phase.
Subs only stream.
Yeah.
It'll be fun.
There we go. That's how we get our subs numbers up.
Yes, there we go.
Only phase.
So you guys head inside and you find Wex talking with the others. He sort of gives you all a sort of a nod of acknowledgement. And he says, so, I mean, this Peridin situation, I'm really not sure what to do about this. I mean, has he been... I mean, this theft, I mean, we've got them back, and that's a good thing. But there should be some sort of punishment for that. But
People have died.
I was going to say, I believe there were... Was he responsible for that too, or...?
Stretch, posture check, and hydrate, loves. Like all three.
Choices. Alright.
Oh, I don't have any drinks. That's terrible.
Oh, well,
That's okay.
Yeah.
I will have to drink it out
Yeah.
of my lovely Meeples and Dragons glass.
Meeplesanddragons.com.au. Go there, buy all the dice, crash the website. You know the drill.
I mean, literally,
I'm
in this stream,
using-
I've ordered myself
You know
some
the drill.
more Meeples and Dragons stuff.
I'm
And they
using
do
this stemless wine glass for its actual.
Ham the DM does
purpose.
choose dihydrate. He does choose dihydrate, Red. It's true. Hydrate or
I did
dihydrate, and he has chosen
Yeah.
dihydrate.
Yeah, sorry. Shrivel
But
up.
does that mean you have to drink dice? Is that how it works?
No.
You're not. Saz told us we're not allowed to put the clicky clacky math rocks inside our faces.
Technically,
Even
She
though
said-
Hear that?
NBC
She said not to
absolutely
nom.
put the big one in there, and there's photographic proof of such. The forbidden crunch, indeed, Red. The forbidden crunch, indeed. But I am allowed to use teeny tiny, adorable little catapults.
You
what I'm
are.
going to do, on one stream, I'm going to get the edible dice and just sit there and go,
Also, Red. This is from Art Factory here in Perth. So they sell the teeny tiny little dice flingers. Sorry.
So
in response to Wex, Delgrim says, Peridin is leader of community and has betrayed community. Leaders have been hanged for less.
Oh, I don't condone any sort of anything like hanging, but I mean, we've never really had an incident like this in this township before that's resulted in the deaths of people.
well, he's selling stuff clearly because there's a lot of portraits missing in his house.
Yes, I have my suspicions that he's trying to impress some of the more influential people in Deep Cove, and that's resulted in him maybe extending himself a little bit too far financially.
Wasn't he trying to get a marriage or something?
I mean, it's not something I don't know much about his personal life, but I know that he has been traveling to Deep Cove on a regular basis. But I mean, either way, I mean, what have any of you got? I mean, apart from Delgrim, you've talked about more extreme approaches to dealing with this kind of thing. What about the rest of you?
All we have right now is confession. We know that Peridin was responsible. We do not know why. I feel this is an important thing to know.
But we're outsiders of this community, isn't it? The community responsibility to make a decision on how to act. We can't make the decision for them.
This is a good point, Tiernan.
No, and that's a very fair point, Tiernan. Often it would fall upon myself and some of the more elderly members of the community to make decisions where laws had been broken or infractions were made. But again, I'm maybe old, but I do understand that sometimes seeking the wisdom of those from outside a community can be a good idea as well, especially in such an extreme situation. I mean, you hear about this sort of thing happening in the big towns like Harrow or cities like Deep Cove, but I mean here, people dying is. We don't have a jail or anything of that nature. Often any sort of punishment comes as a form of community service, that sort of thing, but I'm not sure if that really feels quite right in the situation.
Maybe he has to be the one to talk at this festival and do all the firework work. And has to clean up after.
I like this idea. What if this I feel might help us understand or expose why Peridin arranged for theft of firework. If you, Wex, announce and arrange for firework display, conduct firework display as would normally be conducted, perhaps we could learn more from Peridin's reaction, what his motivation is, and that might help you and the town determine what the appropriate punishment would be.
Not like an emergency sort of gathering, but don't actually tell anyone what it's for.
Is celebration, is not? Firework is for celebration.
Absolutely, and I mean, we would definitely be looking at maybe not tomorrow night. I would like to give the townsfolk a day to get prepared. This is a good reason to celebrate. Maybe if we give Peridin a day to get himself organized and then have him come along the following day to, as you said, maybe clean up the mess that the village has left behind, or even help set everything up. And
would he flee?
I honestly don't know.
He didn't seem
we will be watching.
Bravest of sort.
Well, look, I mean, it's. I mean, as you've said, I suppose a lot of it comes down to his motivations for doing what he's done. Well, maybe the man just needs an honest conversation with someone. You seem to have talked to him a few times. Maybe
How did
you
your
could have a
conversation go with him, Delgrim. I believe Miera and I left last time, so
there is normal, honest conversation and a fight. I have fought with Peridin, and it's probably a good thing to point out. So I didn't do this at the actual time, but whilst teaching Peridin to use his sword, is there any kind of insight I drew from that session about Peridin's kind of nature, I guess, in a combative sense?
I'll let you make sort of like a retrospective insight check as you reach back to consider the events.
15.
15. So the elements that you would have picked up from them was that there's a lot of talk. He's quite a cowardly individual. If pushed, he tended to cave very, very quickly. He had very little natural aptitude for using a sword or any kind of weapon, was definitely not particularly strong or anything like that. He didn't take criticism well, which I think you guys are already sort of across.
Oh, kind of picked up on that already.
Yeah. What else? Was there anything else that you were sort of trying to glean from the situation, or?
No, more so just whether, so that aptitude factor, whether or not he was feigning that or not, was something that Delgrim would be kind of retrospectively looking into. Is, was he faking not knowing how to fight? Is he genuinely absolutely hopeless?
There is. It would take a swords person of remarkable skill to come across as that incompetent.
I have had the most honest conversation with Peridin at the end of Blade, and he is a coward, as he appeared to be. He is spoiled, entitled coward. I cannot imagine what his motivation for stealing town's joy would be. But I would like to find out before we confront him.
Just
Well,
confront him and force him to confess. If he's cowardly, he probably would.
Well, I mean, if you all have an approach that you would like to try and take with Paradin, then I'm happy to provide you with the opportunity before we then look at effectively getting him in front of the whole village and going from there. Whether you feel going and having a conversation with them would be appropriate, or whether you just want to wait until the day when we use the fireworks.
I am curious to see his reaction to firework. It is... Paradin does not take criticism very well. I assume you have noticed. I feel as though recovery of firework is like open slather on criticism of Paradin. If he has arranged for fireworks theft, we have recovered firework. He not know that we know that he is responsible for theft of firework. I think his reaction may be very telling.
This is very insightful. So do you suggest then that we can try and do the fireworks? We can either do it very promptly, so tomorrow night, which won't give the village much time to get itself organized, which would be a small shame, but alternatively we leave it for not tomorrow night, but the following night, so it can be announced across the village. But of course, if we do that, Paradin is bound to become aware that we've got the fireworks back and that this is going to happen. I'm not sure.
Could you prepare and just say you have a surprise rather than say I've got the fireworks?
This is
Give
true.
him as little notice as possible.
This is true.
A surprise for the whole town to attend, or something.
Do you think he might have an idea about what's going on if he knows that you're all back in town? He
Does
may
he
be
know
a
we're back
coward,
in
but
town?
he's... Sorry?
Does he know we're back in town?
Well, I mean, at this stage, I don't. Unless you've told him, I would be
What's the village
surprised.
grapevine like? Is the word likely to get back to him that we've arrived back?
It's a very, very small town. Between his good friend Glashan and his maid Heta, there's word's bound to get back to him comparatively quickly.
You might want to ask Priscilla to keep this on quiet. Priscilla seemed very excited about fireworks. I understand, but that seemed to be the only loose cannon at this point.
Perhaps spread the word. Ask Priscilla to be quiet and spread the word that we were unsuccessful. Instead.
Interesting.
And instead, the town intends to do something different to make up for it.
Well, some of us have skills that could pretend to be fireworks, so maybe we could say that we weren't successful, we could do
Good
something
idea.
akin to a fireworks show and then actually do a fireworks show.
Oh, I'm very aware that a lot of the children saw your display, Tiernan, with those devices that you have, so...
I could probably rig something up.
And Miera can do her
Pretend to
pretty
rig
lights.
something up.
Miera could do her pretty lights. And...
So the story will
I
be
got it.
that we didn't find them, but
Keep the details light. We want Paradin to be a little bit nervous so we can observe how he reacts. If story is we have returned, there is no information either way if we have returned with firework, but we are going to be helping with some kind of...
Big light display.
Yeah.
Big light display. Not
Display.
fireworks, but light display. But we're back. you see.
I think this is a good idea. So is this for tomorrow night or 2 nights time?
Sooner the better. Sooner the better, I think.
Okay, so we can say for tomorrow night. I can have a talk with Priscilla and make sure that she doesn't spill the beans. And I'm happy to store the fireworks here in the temple. We've got a small storeroom out the back which we can put them in, and they should be fine. Then all it takes is for you to make sure that nothing else slips, and we'll see how Mr. Paradin reacts in tomorrow evening.
Sounds good.
You just got to make sure that when we turn up to the inn, we advise them that no, we weren't able to retrieve them, but we got something else planned instead.
Well, look, I mean,
well, whatever.
If you wish,
I want Paradin to be a little bit concerned that we have retrieved firework. I want him to be a little bit nervous.
Whispers upon whispers are never accurate anyway.
very well. I mean, if you wish to stay here in the temple for this evening, you're welcome. We can make some room for you to sleep here. But if you wish to go to the inn, you're more than welcome to return there as well.
Oh, what do you guys think? What would you guys like to do?
Is there sleeping quarters here in temple?
Not enough for all of you, but we can move some of the pews around and set you up some comfy little bedrolls on the ground.
Are they as comfortable as in?
No, definitely not. But I'm just more.
I would prefer to sleep in inn then.
Very well.
What if someone comes back with fireworks?
Well, I was going to say, do you have somewhere where we can put the horse and store the fireworks here, just for temporary?
Yes, we can. As I said, we've got the small storeroom which we can put the fireworks in. That's not a problem, and you can just keep the horse and cart out the back. That's easy to manage. And then you can go to the inn and you can have a good night's sleep on a comfortable bed. And then we can see how the next day plays out.
I miss a bed.
Very well. It sounds like we have a plan. If I could get some assistance with the fireworks, that would be great. His old bones aren't as strong as they used to be, and Priscilla is.
Of course, yep. We can help.
Excellent. Thank you.
And Delgrim immediately volunteers. He's still very, very keen about the existence of these fireworks and wants to understand what they are.
Tiernan was already out the door ready to grab them.
Cool. All right. So you guys go and grab all the fireworks. And there is, as Wex said, there's a small storeroom out the back of the temple, which is filled with already a few different crates and barrels of bits and pieces. And you're able to store the fireworks out the back there. Priscilla uncouples the horse from the wagon, and she's like, I've got some friends who'll be able to look after the horse properly. I'll take it around here. It can be looked after. We can just store the wagon behind the temple. That'll be fine. And she piles off and does her thing. And with that, you guys head, unless there's anything else that you're wanting to discuss with Wex or Priscilla.
What time of day is it?
Kate, I think your mic's died.
No, I don't think so.
No? Okay.
It's just being a bit of a, but it's fine. I'm checking. I'm trying to fix it now.
Okay, cool.
What time of day is it?
It's early evening.
Early evening. I don't suppose I could find some place that sells leather straps and whatnot, like a saddle. Just looking for replacement straps for that breastplate to see if I can.
Like from a farrier or like from an armory.
Just anywhere, I'm assuming.
Yeah, just material to fix it, which I'm assuming would be leather and I don't know.
I mean, you could spend some time having a bit of a look around, but your general knowledge would be that by this time of night, most shops and stuff have closed.
Okay, I'll assume that then.
Sun goes down, shops go closed.
All right, I won't bother then.
So you guys make your way back to the inn, where you are greeted by Nissa and Dwight, the two furbolgs, who are very excited to see you. You do get questioned about the fireworks, because they are very conscious that it's like everybody in this town that you guys had volunteered to go and get them. So as you come through the inn, Nissa sort of hurries over and starts getting organized. She goes, "Oh, so did you have any luck finding the fireworks?"
I think, Rowan just looks sort of blankly in that, like, not guilty kind of way, but that, like, no response. So, like,
Everything will be revealed tomorrow night.
We did find a cursed tree with some kind of evil spirit inside it that we destroyed.
Yeah, it was really weird, actually. It's like the tree was alive.
Bloyle was bleeding.
Very odd.
Oh,
But even
and,
there was a lot of
was
blood.
bleeding.
and with that, food gets produced for you all, and she sits you down and she wants to hear tales about the cursed tree, easily distracted from discussions around fireworks. She's more than happy to listen.
And I'd love a hot bath.
Yeah, look, she's like,
If you can
absolutely we can sort you out with hot baths and stuff. Not a
Yeah,
problem.
Mira's
still
probably
doesn't
going
feel
to grab
clean.
food and go to bed early.
Delgrim will actually present to Nissa the corn that he still has, and can you prepare this corn?
Oh yes, I mean it would. Yes, absolutely, not a problem. She takes it and gives it to Dwight. She's like, "Dwight, can you go and cook this up, please?" And he's like, "Yep, absolutely." So with that, you guys sort of go about your various bits and pieces for the evening, have hot baths, enjoy a quiet meal.
And then we'll probably retire early, and you'll start hearing banging of metal and some flashing of things. He's once again tinkering.
Cool. So you all retire for the evening. The next morning rolls around. You all make your way downstairs to the familiar common room. All of you except for Rowan. Sort of an hour passes and Rowan hasn't appeared.
Should one of us go up and wake her up, or is she sleeping in?
Mira will go upstairs and knock on the door.
Kate, the player, would tell you that you would expect Rowan to be one of the first people up because she's an early riser, just for, like...
Has always been awake very early, yes.
So, Mary, you go and knock on the door and there's no response.
Can I try the handle?
Sure. Yeah. Door opens.
I'm just going to peek my head in just a little bit and just call out for Rowan and see if there's any response.
You look
If I
in,
can
and
see
as you sort of
anything.
you peer through the door, you can sort of see, like Rowan's pack and her bits and pieces that she would normally have in the room. Not sure how Rowan leaves, what sort of state she leaves her room in. Is she
Tidy.
Tidy?
Like all but packed away. Like, from a traveling perspective, she hasn't been a stick around her town for very long type person, so she sort of very little comes out of the pack. Everything goes back in the pack.
Yep.
Goes to bed so she can pick it up and go in the morning.
Yep. So it's all very neat and tidy, but you look and you see, like the bed looks like it's been slept in. Like the blankets haven't been thrown back, but yeah, it's I don't know, something weird about the bed.
I'll go over to the bed and pull the sheets.
Okay. So
Well,
you pull the
covers
sheets back, and there's definitely no Rowan there. But what is there is a single ring just lying on the sheet. And that is where we're going to call it for this session.
Ooh,
Mystery! Oh dear!
interesting.
Rowan is really a sentient object.
yeah.
She's been
No,
a ring the whole time.
I was like, how much do I then just? How much do I go?
One ring to rule them all.
I was thinking about letting a bed mimic it eats Miera. Nom, 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 nom.
Jeez, having a rough night tonight. Poor Miera.
Oh,
This is
Alright.
another distraction preventing us from just seeing these fucking fireworks, and I cannot tell you how annoying it is. I just want to see the fireworks!
By the time you see it,
Someone
you'll be
clip
gone.
that, please. Someone clip that.
Oh,
I
yeah,
just
yeah.
want to see the
Yeah.
fireworks.
yeah.
Oh.
All right. So, let's favorite moments. Who wants to
Shit.
kick us off for tonight?
My favourite moment was it's corn being popped up in chat. That was probably that was a good one
Ah. Thanks,
Cornucopia.
Tal. It has not. Thanks, Talera. It has not stopped. It's still going.
It's going strong. Cool. What about you, John?
Oh, the fact I'd have to go down to that tiny little hole. And the face full. I knew I was going to fail that athletics check. Just knew it.
There's the Jason. Fucking hell. Yeah, look, it was a fate of the dice. Fate of the dice.
I just like how all the tiny people go, la, 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 and I'm just like,
Wah, wah, wah.
Yeah, good guy. Elbow my way through. Doing it.
What about you, Kate?
I know it's a weird one to say as like your favorite moment, but Miera going down was cool because none of us have gone down. We haven't had any combat that's been seriously rough. Really.
Scary, close to death.
Close to
type.
death stuff.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I think it was cool to hit that point because, you know, TTRPGs are not supposed to be all sparkle cookies and corn. It's supposed to be like
And that needs to be clipped. That needs to be clipped.
I just like to.
and-
you know, like it's
Is
they
that
are supposed to be-
legitimately my fault for calling you out on not having tried to kill us?
No,
Yeah.
no.
Oh god, thank god.
100%.
I just
like-
like to point out he took out 65% of my health in one hit.
Yeah, no, and that idea of like he knocked 2 off of me, which feels like nothing, but I was also sitting there going, well, I've got no healing capacity and a negative on my wisdom mod. Oh, my wisdom mod
Fine.
to do a medicine check. Like, but there's nothing I could have done as a player to help. So I'm like, okay, that's bad. Oh no. And somehow, this happens in my other game as well. I, a theoretically squishy character, am fine. Just fine. I'm the wizard and the tank in the other game. Like it's not okay. But it's cool when there's some like actual danger.
It
I
is, yeah, and I think I'd like
The
to
chat's
ramp
talking about the doo-boo again.
up into it a little bit, you know, rather than sort of
Yeah.
dumping it at the very. It's like, okay, let's start. Yeah, but yeah,
But
cool.
I think it's cool that when there's actually risk.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, Michaeli from Fate Script killed me within an hour.
Yeah,
You know, that's
Yeah.
a completely different
Yeah.
thing
I'm
to
not- yeah. Mr. Promethean.
There was I've been looking through chat trying to find who specifically said it, but there was a specific line in chat that I'm calling as my favorite moment of the entire session, and it was that we'd earned a rest after the earned
yes.
situation.
I think it was
And
Tom.
the trees- It made me so happy on the inside seeing that. It was just adorable,
fun.
and I love you. Thank you so much, whoever it was who wrote that.
Yeah.
That was my favorite moment. What
It-
about it?
Every single encounter I go through and design now, I'm like, okay, what's punnable in this? How can this be twisted and bent or changed or?
And what the root
know
room
our
never,
viewers?
never.
Look, I mean, there's only so many things I can avoid. Otherwise, it's going to be everything is a fight in a plain room with a silhouette of a normal.
The root room was just a return to the Minge Marshes. It's
It
fine.
was. It was.
Just happened.
It was.
And I love that people who've missed those previous streams have no idea what that means.
I enjoyed the combat aspect as well, just because it was interesting seeing the demeanor change in everyone, where it sort of went from, hey, yeah, this is a little bit of a fight, to, oh shit. Miera's gone down.
Oh no! Exploration! Fun times! Oh my god, we're gonna die.
Shit, the room's doing stuff now. What the yeah, so no.
I mean, sometimes you go into a stream
good.
expecting to die. Sometimes you go into a stream expect to die and don't. Other times you go into a stream and be like, do, ah!
Yeah. So no, that was cool.
Yeah, that is true. You have been trying to take Miera out for ages.
Oh, look, I feel that's a bit harsh. I mean, just because she's been referred to as a chicken nugget before.
Yeah, the room's alive. Ah, that's right. I mean, we cannot forget Little Dubu though.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
You get pencils with like little Dubu written
I have
on it.
already started the bingo card for the next session, and Little Dubu is on the bingo card.
Yeah.
Yes.
Perfect.
As is Ham's lexical ambiguity comes back to haunt him. So
yeah.
And I've kept Ham says I hate you all, because I thought that those two things go hand in hand.
Yeah. Legit.
Although I think it was aimed at chat this time specifically,
Quite possibly.
if I remember rightly.
It's a love-hate relationship with chat. I love you guys heaps.
That clip was so good. I saw it on TikTok. No cookies are up here. Yeah, I think.
Oh,
Yeah,
personally, I'm a fan of your ugliest chicken, please.
Yeah. Oh, there's been some absolute crackers.
Oh boy.
But look, I'm hoping that by episode 30 we should finally get those fireworks off.
I like that. That's your no. So someone flips about at the camera. There we go. We're hitting bingo card points here now.
Yep.
Fine. That's all that is.
So I was also
life's journey is to see.
I was also thinking that we played today without Heath. Now I'm conscious that Promethean I think can't make the next session on the 10th.
I'm meant to be confirmed at the moment, but yeah.
Yeah, so we're currently.
He's gonna miss the fireworks.
Currently,
if you fucking roll these fireworks while I'm not in this session, I will hunt you down.
Hey, they have to get me out. They have to figure out this whole thing about the ring first. So there's some other crap that's going to happen first.
Delgrim might be hit by a random blindness spell and just.
Oh!
Oh my god, Ellen! Ellen, yes!
God.
Ellen, yes! Oh my god!
Oh! We already had a tiny version of fireworks.
I did toy with the idea of doing something like that.
I'll be so upset on the inside.
Oh, that would be so good.
Actually, I did.
Like someone with a lighter.
I also really enjoyed how much each of us is still committing to our backstory in nice little niche ways. Like, I've never seen Corn before. I'm like, no, of course you haven't seen Corn before. That makes perfect sense. But also, now we have to do with Corn. But
No, it's cool. It's awesome.
It's Corn.
Did I use that so that I could roll out the lyrics to the little kids' adorable Corn song? Sure, why not? It's
Rowan
adorable.
is D&D,
What am I going to do?
So next session, we are depending on people's availability and stuff like that. And I feel like it would be pretty shitty to maybe play without Promethean when there's a good chance the fireworks are going to happen. I also think
it would be. Don't you forget it.
I wouldn't live till the new year.
You'd have to come all the way to you first.
Yeah, look, I think life finds a way. That's all right. I'm sure.
Rage finds a way.
Yeah.
Full barbarian mode.
I'm going camping. Guess where I'm camping? On your front fucking lawn, mate.
Wow, that escalated.
Yeah, wildly uncomfortable.
Yes, you need
Well,
many,
the
many
fictitious
subs before I sing
firework.
on stream, guys. Many, many subs before I sing on stream. We don't even have the right number of followers, leave alone the right number of subs.
Yeah, we need to
Correct.
convince everyone to come in and follow us and do all the subscriptions and everything.
Well, we don't. You do. Specifically, go get your friends. Get them to get interested in watching this shit happen on Twitch every
Our
fortnight.
random bollocks. And I will say,
Yeah.
Red's in the chat, but they are doing a stream on the alternating Saturdays. So there's like us.
yeah.
So our one's in 2 weeks, but they do one every other week. And I'm sure they can throw some details in the chat if they are still there. But if people are looking for other Saturday night shenanigans, they're not a bad one. They are a little later for those of you on the East Coast, though, because they play very late, Perth time. So,
Oh, that's what,
you know.
like 4 a.m. tomorrow here or something?
Look, at the moment, if anyone is on the stupid time, daylight savings time, then it's 9. It's like midnight for you at the moment, so maybe not. But you know, if anyone is from Perth in the chat, they are.
Yeah, absolutely.
Come join that.
Red is awesome to watch. Just
Red
in
is
general, highly recommend. Do that.
Yeah,
immediately.
Red shamelessly promoted me on their stream, so this is just payback, basically.
Oh,
That's how this
awesome,
goes.
awesome. No, go and check them out. Absolutely.
Yeah. One of the mods is in Christchurch, and they stay up for it because they are silly in the
Wow.
best way.
Crazy.
Damn, that's insane. Why would anyone live in Christchurch? But anyway, I'm allowed to say that because I
Yeah,
lived in
yes, yeah.
Christchurch for a number of years. So, but anyway,
Yeah.
Oh,
also, can you just say one more time for the road that this is episode number 6 of Radiant Shadows before it's no longer episode number 6?
yeah. Look, this is episode number the one after 5 of Radiant Shadows.
After all of the things that got said today, this is not
Fuck
the
you,
worst thing you will
Promethean.
say, but it's also not the worst thing you would say tonight.
Oh, this is episode number 6 of
There
Radiant Shadows.
it is.
Thank you.
Look, we're having worked in a software team where we've got like tickets that we work on. As soon as you got to like the 600s, and I was often the person who had to talk about the ticket, and the Kiwi and the team of Australians were up to ticket number 663. Go say it again. Oh, fucking-
You know, until someone
Yeah.
pointed out, I didn't even notice you were doing it.
I'm just doing what? 6.
It's what I'm here for, John.
It is.
Like,
it is.
it's-
It is.
Yeah.
And I'm really looking forward to seeing this new backup character of yours as well. So it'll be great.
Yeah, Miera's staying
Oh,
really
no.
quiet at this point.
Yeah, Mara's had a taste
You know
of it.
what?
She's
You know
like,
what?
I'm fading into the
Chaos-
background.
Rowan's just
Chaotic
too nice.
evil halfling is what it's going to be. Just so that you're aware.
Look.
Oh, my favorite! Oh, how sad would it be if a halfling character that I can't not help but be favourable towards happens to screw up the entire party and destroy them?
Red, if you don't think chaos has happened on this stream, what are you talking about? What have we done this stream? The answer is not much in actuality, but a lot
No,
of.
we worked well together on this one, though. It was we had a goal.
Squad goal,
We
yeah.
achieved the goal. We did. We
You
did
did.
the
Look,
things.
you dealt with the evil spirit. You got back to town. You came up with a plan of dealing with Paradin, and next session you will execute that. Now, I guess for those of you who are playing at home, those of you who come and check us out every fortnight, next fortnight at this stage we're probably looking at a Christmas one shot, of which I have some ideas. After that, we're probably not going to get back into the campaign until the new year, because the following date is like Christmas
Makes
Eve.
sense.
Um,
Makes sense.
so yeah, so we're not going to get fireworks until the new year.
Oh no, how sad! Perfect timing!
Oh,
How
But
sad
also,
we have to
perfect
celebrate.
timing. Yeah.
yeah, exactly.
Well, we'll have a look at the dates and see what we can arrange.
Yeah, exactly.
'Cause
Yes,
it's that time of year where everybody gets very, very busy. So
Yeah.
we still
Um,
want to deliver content, obviously.
Also, if people want to hear Ham as a player, Ham had to play in a game over Halloween for Dungeons and Doctorates, and he and GFD decided to be incredibly wanky socialites at a murder mystery party, and it was amazing. And
by-
you should all go
Okay,
listen to it.
I cannot wait to listen to this. By the way, it's like easily
I
one of my
played a
favorite
very
things this
look.
entire year.
My character tried real hard,
Yeah.
but I was just like, nope, that's happening. I'm gonna be over here. You guys go.
Yeah. I look, and I think by wanky you mean awesomely.
I mean awesome. The best.
But G man, like she was incredible. Like she just took it.
G?
and kind of, like
G is a force of fucking nature.
Yes.
And I
Yes, she
love
is.
everything that G does.
was-
without exception.
no.
Yeah.
We
it
also,
wasn't-
I'll say, we also have an upcoming episode with Burrows and Matt Brown.
Oh, that's going to be bonkers.
Oh wow.
Oh my god, what did you do?
Oh,
It was.
no.
I didn't get to play. I only know like the highlights of what happened, and I'm so ready. I'm
Oh,
so ready. It's coming out over Christmas, so like I'm so ready. But like I'm, so good, and I'm just going to shamelessly promote one more thing before I shush, which is my fringe
No.
show.
Yeah.
January. Given we are talking about Christmas, and if people are in Perth or going to be in Perth in late January, otherwise the rest of you just shush, sit, quiet. I will be doing a one-woman show for Fringe. It's at 7:00, for 10 days straight between the 20th and the 29th, which means that week I will not be playing here because I will be on stage at the same time, so I can't be in two places at once. Sorry, I haven't quite worked out my skill set to allow for that yet, but soon. And I will shamelessly promote it on my social media, which if you look up O'Sullivan Kate on all of the platforms, you'll find me. So it would have been really good if I timed that with my face showing up, but I did not do that.
I'm terribly jealous that I can't come in and watch because it sounds absolutely fucking awesome.
My plan is to film it, but
Same.
I will not be
Excellent.
I will not be able to publicly show it because
Yeah, for sure.
obviously that's not how that works.
That
Because
sucks,
rights and
but
music,
yeah.
because rights and music and stuff. But if it gets, if I can tour it, then I will. But so on and so forth. I love that now there's an argument about how good or bad Perth is happening in the chat because there's enough Perth people in the chat to have an argument with people.
It's I still,
Also,
still-
Red, you're from Perth.
Not weighing in on that.
it's perfect. Oh, sweet lord. See, I still just can't wrap my head around Perth being a place when I'm like, I could just fly to my home country in less time than going to Perth. I don't know. I do need to get to Perth at some
It's
stage.
transcontinental.
Transcontinental. No, it's definitely a place I need to check out at some stage. Okay, I think we might be done. Do we have someone that we can go and pile onto?
We're having a look. If anyone in chat has anyone that they think we should go raid, tell
I
us.
think
But
Saz has got an option.
oh yeah,
Do it.
do that.
Oh, he was in the chat before.
Yeah, he was in the
Mhm.
chat.
Oh yeah,
Might do
look,
that.
yep.
Who is one of the key players in the Goblin Cave TV?
Yes.
Channel.
So we're going to send you. Sorry, just because no one heard Saz. We're going to send you all across to. Well, we'll send you all across to Mr. Life Producer, who is doing some Beat Saber, I think, but was in the chat earlier.
Dick.
Oh God, Ellen, Oh God, a very
Raid.
pertinent point.
How do you block someone in the chat? Is there a way to?
Don't we love Ellen?
No, we do. I am just teasing.
All right.
Bye, guys.
Okay, thanks very much, everyone. You're awesome. We'll see you in a couple of weeks' time for who knows what sort of shenanigans.
Bye.
My cookies are up here.
My cookies are up here.
It's my favorite line.